Are we good? Okay, thank you everyone for your patience and thank you for indulging us in that. Hopefully Councillor Morris has had his questions answered adequately. Councillor Kurak.
Just another question. So what was the time frame between the initial approach and the signing of the Southern Purchase Agreement?
Sorry, Councillor Kurak, I wasn't involved with this original transaction. So the agreement sale and purchase was signed on the 1st of May, but I'm not sure when the original first approach was made by the vendor.
Have we got any other questions, Councillor Crowther?
Yeah, in deciding to proceed with a car park, what was the evidence that was used? Because I know the Deputy Mayor has suggested she has a lot of faith that it was done, but I've heard what happened for the marine park. So I'm just wanting to be clear, did we do a demand analysis? Did we do a business case? And do we understand, and if so, could you share the likely reduced impact on Elizabeth Street revenue and therefore on Te Manawataki funding?
If Sean's got any more than I can start the answer to that question. There were high level numbers that were done in terms of those estimates, obviously of 80% and so forth, but there was certainly anecdotal demand and commentary from the community that they wanted more car parking. At the time, we didn't have any supply coming on, and some of the strand sites were coming off, so it was providing more capacity that for some car parking that was to be removed. But can you add any more?
Yeah, so very similar time frame to the removal of the car parking on the Strand. Also, as far as a lower value car park proposition, there was none in this end of the southern end of town. So it was around providing that visible and commercial benefit of having some car parking in this end of town, or the southern end of town.
Yeah, follow up. I mean, you say low value, that it's lower priced, but we're losing money on it. So, but I guess that's a different issue. What is the depreciation timeframe that's being used for the improvements to turn this into a parking area? Is it the 5 years which was stated as the lifespan before a development takes place, or is it a sort of standard?
It'd be standard, and it's at grade car parking, so it'd be long life asset. The actual, I think there's a pay and display machine there, would be a shorter lifespan, but the actual car park itself would be long life.
And another transport question is the December 22 council report, which was authored by 4 staff. I'm not sure where this comes from because of that, but under 22, it says the locale of the site directly supports Council's Urban Form and Transport Initiative 2020, so UFTI for those who know the acronym, and that its redevelopment will intensify existing urban areas, and could lead to a greater uptake of public or alternative transport, easing congestion in the city's carbon footprint. Now, I'm aware that there's a joke in our community that 99% of the people in our community have never heard of UFTI, and the other 1% have heard of it because they're always told we can or can't do this because of UFTI. So this seems to be like a justification for this will help to deliver UFTI. Can you just, in very simple language, how removing retail and offices and putting in place unneeded parking spaces will develop, will actually deliver those benefits of UFTI? on the spot, because you don't have to justify but I'm thinking there must have been some thinking by the staff at the time, and I'm really genuinely struggling with this. It just seems like it's such a far-fetched scenario, but I'm very open to if there's something.
But I think it's difficult to, I agree. That sounds counterintuitive to the intent of UFTI. So, and I think it's hard. I can't recall exactly the context that sits in. So, it's probably something that we probably need to understand the whole of the picture in order to comment on that particular clause.
Yeah, I guess I'd probably suggest the context almost is if it's in a report. And again, you weren't amongst both, Nick, for anyone who's watching, the staff member here, I don't think were the staff members at the time. So there might be some other thinking, but I think, it is probably good to keep that to a very focused level in these reports so that we can then go back and understand. And that takes me to another question around it, which is that have there been discussions, given this is a strategic purchase, so that's what we've heard. So the parking decision was one thing, but the other was just to buy it for future development. So have there been any discussions with Willisbond or 22 for that matter about future redevelopment of this site? Do we have any understanding of that?
Yes, in fact, they approached us probably not long after we purchased the site and expressed an interest, a short-term interest in an opportunity for that site. That didn't go anywhere. So just in terms of car parking, I think you use the term visible car park, Sean, which is interesting because I guess decisions aren't always logical. And they're made for various reasons. And it was at a point in time when at least one of the two car parks was under construction, and that the civic precinct was in the early stages of development. And there was a lot of discussion about car parking for those types of amenities. And so there was a degree, what I would call public and commercial and political pressure for us to become active, looking for alternate and even short-term, temporary, medium-term car parks. And I remember that was a task that was given to Gareth to go out there and see what we could do. And so I think this played into that as well. The instructions were, could we go out there and find land that may well be available to either use as a car park or to transform into a car park?
Seeing you've answered that, thank you, Marty. And I mean, that's certainly what I have imagined, which begs the question, did staff respond to the commissioners who I understand were being pressured by the community around parking, but having spoken to a number of those stakeholders, including people operating their businesses down by the Strand and so forth, they were quite aware of the layout of the parking in Tauranga. So their argument, and I'm sure Gareth would have heard this, is that they wanted parking at that end, which ended up being delivered by Dive Crescent and will continue to be delivered by the parks in our ill-fated parking building. So when it comes to this one, did anybody say to those people, the evidence is very clear that Elizabeth Street does not fill up, that there are hundreds of parks, there were at the time, there are now hundreds and hundreds, well, typically 400 or 500 on a typical day. I guess I'm just interested in, was it, and I'm not pointing fingers because the commissioners made the decision, but was it of a mindset that the commissioners just did this without evidence, or did the staff actually present them with the evidence and did they override it?
Sorry, I wasn't around at that time. So I would just make the comment around the visibility again of, yes, Elizabeth Street always has plenty of capacity, or pretty much always has plenty of capacity. However, there and we have done some work and are actually currently doing some work to remove that visual barrier of going to use a parking building. However, we do regularly hear still from the community, a lot less over the last few months, that parking is a concern with those buildings. And that is why, in part, that I'll use another example for you of car parks are free after 5 and on weekends, our council car parks. However, the amount of times that we go out and talk to the community about that topic and then get told, oh, you should talk about that more. Nobody pays attention to car parking until they're right there trying to use it.
Right, we're probably getting distracted. We're talking about land purchase and we're talking about car parking, but so Councillor Morris will move that report. Councillor Taylor will second it. Have we got any discussion? Councillor Morris?
Yeah, briefly, Mayor. I'm very thankful to the team for bringing this report and the subsequent discussions that have been and answers to questions around this table. I think there's a point of debate as to whether the current governance group would make the same decisions in the same context, but that's a what if, and that's fine. In terms of the process, I can say as a representative of the public acting in the public interest, I have not seen any evidence of anything illegal at all. So I have confidence in much of the process there. And that was important for me to get some assurance as a member who is acting in the public interest and has had to ask some questions. So I think that's important for me, and I think we can move on, respecting the fact that externally there may also be other investigations and that sort of thing. And I know the Office of the Auditor General has been alerted to the issue. From my perspective, I don't see anything illegal, basically. And yeah.
Brother?
Yeah, I concur with Councillor Morris. I don't think there's anything illegal happened here. I think the staff have done well to get us the information today. I do question why it took so long, but I think it's good that we got there. And I think that's an important part of transparency. I think there are a lot of unanswered questions from the community's point of view. I think there is the question of why council is buying particularly CBD properties, but any properties, and turning them into loss-making ventures, because there are other things that have bigger social environmental outcomes, such as partnering with a housing trust on elder housing or something like that. Another one is that the rationale in December 22 was basically we went against that rationale when council turned it into parking, because not only does it deliver parking where it's not needed, but it actually significantly reduces our overall parking revenue by more than what we get there, because the daily cost, as we know, is significantly cheaper there. So it's a real lose-lose in that sense. And I guess I look at there's not just that, but there's the lost rental income, the lost rates income, the debt limit, which at the time I think the commissioners were I don't know what they were thinking when they added all that onto their debt limit. I guess the other thing is just that we didn't actually address in the report the sort of legal threats and the potential Auditor General investigation. I do think it'd be good to do a media release just putting all that to bed, saying where it is. I don't know where it's all at, but it'd be good just to communicate, because so many people out there are talking, and as Councillor Morris said, we're getting lots and lots of questions about this. So to actually disclose that fully transparently would be, without disclosing anything confidential, but just matter of factly to say where it all sits, I think would be a big help. And I do think that there is this whole issue of, I guess, when you look at the way it went, there was Holland Beckett's move to that northern quarter makes sense from their point of view, that the decision making around buying strategic property, you can build a case for that. As to the parking, I don't think you can. But I think there is a former councillor was quoted as saying that this seems like confluence to, quote, deal with the developer who had been shafted by TCC Civic Centre / 90 Devonport / Willis Bond boondoggle, unquote. And I think there's a large view in our community that when the council pulled out of the planned agreement around a more cost-effective museum and partnering with the developer, that, you know, trying to move the pieces around the table might make sense from within this organisation, but for those out in the public who didn't have transparency around all that, I don't think it does. It just raises a whole lot more questions. And I think the way that council needs to operate from now on is to actually be transparent about all that stuff. If we as a council are looking to do a deal with someone, we need to actually be able to justify it according to the evidence and not, in the end, result in a much more expensive museum option for the people of Tauranga. We result in a loss on this property. It results in parking revenue diminished, and ironically, that we lose revenue for the very thing that we did the dirty on, if you like, which is the Te Manawataki project, which is getting more funding for that project. So to me, it doesn't stack up. It's not a good deal. I think it was flawed pretty much from start to finish, and I don't think we need to do anything like this again. I don't think we will, but I strongly agree with the public view that says this stuff needs.
Councillor Taylor. Yeah, look, I think you know, this is good to talk about. Obviously, you know, we've been distracted. Probably we didn't buy it to be a car park. We bought it to be strategic asset, and we're using it as a car park as part of that. You know, the thing that disappoints me, and you know, I don't want to get too caught up in it, but it's another example where we've paid sort of towards the top of the range of what we could have paid. You know, I think we've heard today that, you know, potentially Hobek's pulled out of it because it wasn't economic to do a development. It's you know, again, we have underestimated the asbestos costs of removing a building. Potentially we've underestimated the geotech issues we're going to have with the site. We've been through this with 90 Devonport Road, where we sold an asset for a similar value and had to reduce it to make it work. Yet, you know, we've decided to pay the 10 million, and I'm sure we're not going to get back from the vendors the extra to make this work financially. So, you know, I get that we bought it as a strategic asset, but we need to look at our processes more. We need to do our due diligence properly, and we need to start paying market values for properties, not above. And I know we've got one valuation that justifies this cost, but the other one doesn't back that up. And I think you know, that is going forward around that value for money piece is we need to just get a bit smarter with some of these transactions that we do. So that's the, I guess, the push for staff. But you know, as Councillor Morris suggested, you know, we would probably look at this in a different respect. But it's done. We've got a car park. We'll make it work as best we can, and hopefully it works out for us in future when we sell it for $30 million or develop it and make a hell of a lot of money. We'll look back on this time as a very good deal. So that's my hope for the future. Anyone with anything else to add?
Well said, Mayor.
Therefore, I'll just, it's just a receive the report. And I put that motion to the council now. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you. Another one ticked off. Now we get into the best part of the day, I believe, is 11.5 draft annual plan 2025-2026 value for money options. And I think we've got Jeremy. Oh, sorry, I'll get the page for us. 61. Main agenda, page 61. Jeremy, I think, is going to introduce the report. And I just note there is a correction to the report on page 64. Paragraph 18 mentions a confidential 10th issue in an attachment that is not included in the agenda because it was withdrawn before publication. So the second sentence in paragraph 18 needs to be removed and ignored. Thank you. Yep, paragraph 18. Jeremy, I'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So very briefly, because this is another of these reports where me and my team play quarterback, but the subject matter experts are the other GMs and other people in the room potentially. So this is part of the desire to get down, first of all, to 12.5% and then to 10% for a rates increase as part of a confidential briefing the 11th of March, I think, 11th of February. We showed you a bunch of ideas. And you collectively said, flesh those ideas out and bring them back to us. This is that report. There's a bunch of things. There's 9 items in the main part of the report. And then at the end of those 9 items, there is another little section which says some of these other ideas have got a longer lead time, 6, 12, 18 months potentially. They need to be fleshed out more properly. Resolution D seeks a formal direction, I guess, from council to say, yes, go ahead and investigate that. Until then, really, it's a case of working through the 9 items in front of you. There is no staff recommendation on the first one. So it's very much a political decision. There are recommendations on items 2 to 9, but it's very much in your hands as to what you do.
All right, thank you very much. I think the best way to approach this is we'll go through each issue one by one. And we might deal with each individual one as a separate resolution. So if we staff, if you're sort of available, we'll kind of come back and forwards as we go. Yes.
I guess that just concerns me a little because this has been put forward as what we consult on, and to me this is what staff have suggested we can take out. They're just about all front facing, they just about all hit the services delivered to our people, and as one of my colleagues eloquently put it, this seems like we're dancing around the edges. I'm not going to be able to say that I will go out and consult on these things because, and I'm new, so I mightn't follow the rules that have been followed before, but if we're talking about an annual plan, I want to consult with our people on the whole annual plan, not just 9 items that happen to be picked out as things that staff feel can be disposed of. So I've got a much bigger conversation that I believe we should be having with our people in terms of what does Tauranga City Council do for you? What does it cost? How's that moved over the years? What value are you getting out of it? And what might you want to have as a different focus? And I know that's going to be quite hard to bring in for the annual plan, but the annual plan isn't going to be bought till June. So we actually have still got 3 months. So I'm happy that as part of the consultation, we say staff have suggested these 9 areas could be taken off the service delivery. But to me, the conversation needs to be so much bigger than this. So I will struggle to go one by one and say whether I agree or not with fireworks being taken away at New Year's Eve, because to me, that's not what I'm looking at. The 300 million that we spend, not 500,000.
And this is, yeah, well, the way I take it, and please staff, you can correct me if I'm wrong. This is not the only things we're going to consult on. We are going to consult on the whole annual plan. These are potentially a change in level of service, which means that we can't remove them unless we've consulted on them. Is that?
The change in levels of service needs to be significant to be a must consult on. But as we've been talking to you a few times now, we're looking for your direction on what the content of that consultation document is. We've got a workshop, I think, next Tuesday with you, supposedly on a draft, and we still haven't got a lot of detail on what it is you want to engage the community with on the annual plan. And yes, the annual plan is, it's like I say, it's a $300 million budget, it's $400 million of capex, lots of words, lots of pages eventually, but to focus the community on some particular areas where you are looking for feedback to enable better decision making in June or in late May. We're looking for that feedback. I put the resolution in there to say, here's an opportunity. You've got 9 things. Do you want any of those? You can leave resolution C blank and we won't highlight any of them, or you can add in X, Y, and Z, and we will make a focus of those in the consultation document.
Yeah, Councillor Scholar.
And I agree these are things, but these total, how much in total are these, could this save?
The recommended options come to about 1.2 million.
Against 300 and something million. I'm not sure. Sorry, to me, it's not good use of our time to be debating 1.2 million when we actually could be looking at, we are looking at how do we consult on 300 million.
Paul, yeah.
Through the chair, the following paper might give us a little bit more context, and apologies, they probably should have gone the other way around, might have put some more context into this, because that actually does go through the total budget and where things are sitting in terms of that overall framing. One option would be just to receive this light on the table until come back after the next report.
All right. In that case, yeah, we'll just let that lie on the table, and we'll move forward to 11.7, which is the draft annual plan that is in the supplementary agenda, I believe. And once we load that up. Yeah, we're just changing the order slightly. So that is on page 84 of the supplementary agenda. We've got Catherine and Tracy, I think, to give us a bit of a rundown on this. And just, just to note, there is an attachment to the report, Bay Venues request proposal from Bay Venues Limited on options for QEYC. And they are in Stella. Where do we know where those? They're in the bottom. We're just finding our way here.
tables and there's an additional table up to this one. Two tables are the same here, so we've given it consonant.
Okay, so yeah, under four attachments to item 11.7, there is the updated table. Yeah.
And Catherine can speak to us.
No, if you go down,
Yeah, it's in the
yeah, sorry, supplementary is the main report on page 84. And then there's some, and then that's in, if you look at the main items, it's number 4 on that. So we've got open section, supplementary, yeah, pay for this request option, and then there's a attachment to the,
Yeah, we can when we get to it.
right, we're all on board now.
I think Catherine will take us.
You will get Catherine and Tracy to take us through the report, and then we'll
Through the chair, if it's okay, I've just got a 4-slide presentation just to just to highlight the annual plan. Okay, so just like to take you through the annual plan to date, just to explain where the movements have occurred since we set the long-term plan, and basically just work through and any questions you might have, including options that came through in the December meeting around the 12.5% and 10% rate increase. So just to start off for clarity in terms of what was in our long-term plan that was set a year or so ago, was our rate number was at 10.3%. At that time, we had the infrastructure funding and financing levy for Te Manamataki or Te Papa of 2.2, which gave a total rates and levy that was in that plan sitting at 12.5%. Now, in terms of what's changed since then, the first two on this list are largely balance sheet related, and we've spoken about them quite a bit to date, so I won't dwell on those. But the infrastructure funding and financing levy is now on balance sheet, and NZTA revenue and some capital was reduced over that, noting that there's still a large capital program that's being worked through with regard to transport. So that's really been very much balance sheet effects. But the other thing that's happened is with the new council coming in and the focus on the balanced budget is that's led to some $29 million of additional funding, which I'll go through in a little bit more detail. But that equates to around about 7 to 8% of rates. The reason I say 7 to 8 is not all of that is rate funded. So that without doing anything else, that takes us to around that 20% mark of where rates were looking after including that. Now, just point out that balanced budget is being received really well across the wider funding community. We've had conversations with the local government funding agency recently, and it's certainly one of their focuses. And with the looking at an increased borrowing covenant, that's one of the key focuses that they're going to have on making sure that balanced budget is retained effectively in there. So in terms of what that has done, is it's meant that we've actually got more funding for our future existing by doing that. So, but in terms, just next slide, thanks Anna here. In terms of just to break that down, what that 29 million relates to, if I just take the first two together, there's 7.7% of rates around the additional funding of depreciation, and that's basically now the only thing that's not funded will be NZTA renewals, where we're going to get money from the Transport Agency to fund those renewals, and therefore we only we don't double dip effectively on that. So that's the only thing that's not funded within there. Revaluations have been large in the past. Touch wood, they won't be as large in the future, but we saw coming out of COVID that there was a lot of increase in the cost structures around a lot of the infrastructure assets that led to our renewals levels going up. Some questions Will they go down in the future? I think they will ease in the future, but that number will still be a positive number going forward. So we'll always see that pressure of revaluations. What we've done in our planning to date is we've used inflation as the proxy effectively for it. But what we know is that inflation hasn't been adequate to fund the amount of depreciation come through. So by doing this, what that means is we are now fully funding our depreciation for all the funds that we need. That has the benefit in terms of asset renewals going forward. It also has the benefit in terms of lowering our overall debt levels there. A smaller amount from the water regulator of 900,000, and importantly, as we've mentioned recently, that our growth number is quite a bit lower than what we assumed for the long-term plan. So the impact of that is around $4 million or a percent of rates. So that's the pressure that's pushed the number up. And then subsequent to that, the organisation has worked through an extensive program led by Alistair Tracy and our HR team in terms of change and efficiency that's been built into those budgets. And what that has enabled us to do is get back to that 12.5. That a couple of things with that is one is we've still got 2.8 million of what we call placeholder in there. So that's where we might have high level things that we're working through, but we don't actually have the actual detail of that. So they have been included in the budgets to get down to that level, but there still is risk around it. In terms of the other 26 million or so that's taken to get down to that number, it is important to note that that still needs to be implemented. So that's a huge focus of the executive and the whole team in terms of actually how we deliver those going forward. That will get us back to the 12.5%. Next one, thanks, Anna. The option in terms of 10%, just what that means. So it's a further 11.5. And at the moment, if we were to get there, we'd be putting a further 9.8 million, including that 2.8 to get there. So point of this is that there is still a lot of risk in terms of being able to actually realise those numbers. We've just put 4 items, and Alistair can step in if we need to, in terms of some of the very broad groupings of where these things are coming from. So it's not unknown, but it's certainly, there's risk around implementing it, and it's not certain in terms of the timing of how that will be implemented. So the 4 we've got up there is around streamlining operations. So that might be looking at where we centralise some functions to get some better efficiency from them. Optimising supply chain, we procure a lot, so what we can do in those sort of things, and they'll be both operational and capital expenditure. In terms of level of service, and this is where it refers back to the other paper, there's some level of service opportunities that exists on the paper that we just considered, but there's certainly, there could be more than what's on that list effectively in there. And then decision making and governance is very much around how we actually manage our projects and major projects, and how we can actually do that better to get more value. That value for money of 1.265 refers to the other paper in terms of items that we haven't actually included, but are subject to council decision today to see whether we put those numbers in there as well. And then if we just move forward to the last slide, just in terms of the options for council to consider today, as I said, we've pulled out 25 million, so close to 7% of rates, but there is risk around actually how we do that. And the first 2 points, if I take them together, are looking at we want to actually build a long-term savings program in. So it's not just this year's rates we're thinking of, it's the following year and the year after. So part of the consideration for today is to how much do we actually bring into the draft plan versus the final plan versus the 26-27 annual plan versus the long-term plan. Some of the other points I've just put on there is just in terms of, we know last week the institutional framework in New Zealand was lowered. We do know that that the Standard & Poor's put us on negative watch some months ago. One of the things that was going to trigger a downgrade, potentially, not certainly, but potentially, was that institutional framework coming down. They also, the other point they noted in terms of downside risk was just our revenue level. So the lower our revenue level, potentially the higher that capital account deficit could be, the higher the risk on our actual credit rating. Now, what does that mean in terms of actual cost? Not much. It's the same cost effectively for an A-rated council to an A- council effectively when you borrow from LGFA. So it is the visibility of that. And as I said earlier, the funding of depreciation has certainly been a huge taken very well through both the Local Government Funding Agency and Standard & Poor's. So I sent something out to you today to say that borrowing covenants have been approved by LGFA. You may not have seen it yet. That they have stipulated within that a number of criteria, and we'll bring that back to council for a more in-depth conversation. One of those is actually that focus on balanced budget being retained within that, though. So what we're saying with this slide effectively is that the council obviously can make decisions in terms of where their rates are going out into the draft and then the final. The lower the number in the draft, potentially these are some of the things to consider going through that, or when we set the rates at the end of the annual plan process. So any questions?
I just firstly, thank you, Paul. That is a very good presentation because it gives, I think it puts it all into context and summarises where we are. So thank you for that. Councillor Kurak.
Thank you, Paul. Institutional framework. Can you speak a bit more on that, please?
Sure. So that's what Standard & Poor's do is they rate each council. It's a rating council within New Zealand, but they also look at the total framework that councils operate within. So what they're saying, and across the sector, they're seeing more debt relative to revenue occurring. So because of that, they basically say that the sector is at, for want of a bit, higher risk effectively, just because they're seeing debt being higher for the level of rating that those councils are rated at. So it's basically just looking at, if you think about it, it's a blanket context that the rating takes place within, and then they look at more detail at the councils themselves. Yeah. So, yeah.
Outside of that, they approved our bespoke application.
Well, no, so Standard & Poor's is the weakening of the institutional framework. Local Government Funding Agency is the bespoke covenant. So
look at the S&P rating.
Yeah, the fact that New Zealand local government is actually rated on a global level quite highly. So a weakening of the framework isn't by any means saying it's a bad framework. It's saying it's a weakening of the framework relative to where it's been in the past.
Act on LGFA's funding to councils.
No.
Right. Any other questions? I think probably the best way to deal with this is kind of to go through each individual aspect one by one, and that just gives us an opportunity to ask those questions rather than ask all the questions now and come back to it. So again, staff, if you can bear with us as we kind of go through each individual one, that would be appreciated. So the first one we will talk about is water. Water and water charges. Yeah, Catherine and.
Just through the chair, it's a little bit of a back to front report in a way to the framing is sitting in the financial part, but the recommendations have gone ahead of that framing with some specifics, so it's a little bit misleading. So following on, it's recommendation H downward is following from that broad context setting, and then at the beginning we were bringing back both the user fees and charges schedule, the water by metre revenue that we hadn't quite finalised for last week, and some other proposals for revenue that at the airport, and then a couple of items again that flowed from the report Jeremy referred to. We had said let's have a look at those. So they've ended up being decisions A to F prior to adopting the user fees and charges schedule. So if you'd like some more detail on those, I'm happy to talk to them, or do you want to start at H and deal with those high level summaries first?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to start. And we just have that motion up so we know what we're talking about. Maybe if we take A and then H M. Yeah. So I just interested on some detail. The debt level we're saying is 1.65 billion, which is 10 million higher than the level included in the 2024-2034 long-term plan for the 2026 year. So is that was just the debt figure in the long-term plan that's not taking into account the IFF assumptions, and is that correct?
That's correct. So attachment 6, I'm happy to talk you through that, but that was a request from Councillor Schooler to try and understand why we were in a better debt position than in the LTP, but we had IFF off balance sheet. And so attachment 6 outlines the closing debt balances in each year and then the cash flows that affect it. So basically, our closing debt at the end of 24 was better than we had used as our projection to start the LTP. And that was primarily because of much lower capital, and some of it moved out further than the LTP. So it gave us that sort of the benefit in the opening balance, and that flowed through the year. So while there was expenditure on Te Manawa that had to be funded, and some other items not received, and they're outlined in attachment 6, there were lower budgeted grants and Marine Precinct cash not received. There was also much lower CapEx because we rephased the CapEx for 2025, the current year we're in, so that gave us a benefit that offset some of those negatives, and we'd started from a favourable position, so that we're expecting at the end of this year to be in a favourable position relative to where we would have been starting the 25-26 plan, and then we have again got a slightly lower CapEx budget in that year, so we're expecting by the close of 2026 to be slightly only slightly unfavourable to budget, despite all those sort of negative movements like lower capital grants. So that attachment 6, if you've got questions on it, we can sort of flow through it's done as variances, so it might be hard for some people to follow, but we're just trying to explain the change.
Yeah, no, sorry, I thank you for that. So I just from high level numbers, so the long-term plan 2026 had a let's call it $1.64 billion of debt. So is that the 55 million for Te Manawa o Te Papa? That's effectively the amount we would have received by the end of 26. Is that correct?
Effectively net, we would have had that off balance sheet, which is effectively would have spent it, but would have got grant cash in to neutralise that. But now we've spent it and we don't have the grant.
Yeah, but that IFF is complicated, but the amount of IFF we would have borrowed by the end of 26 is 55 million. Is that?
No, sorry, we haven't broken it down in the second. We can go back and do that for you. Sorry. So 55 was the 24-25 year. So
okay.
But there would have been further spend, and we haven't broken it out of those net movements.
Yeah, but the
similar amount
projected 1 0.65, which we're looking at through the annual plan, that will have a significant, I guess what I'm trying to compare that to is what the IFF money we would have received plus the debt figure of 1.64, what that number
Would be about
is.
100 million more is, yeah.
So effectively, we're actually 90 million better off than plan. I think that's the key metric for me, that we're $90 million under the long-term plan projection if you take into account the IFF. Okay. Which is a good result, because we're also saving money and we're below where we would have been. So that's a good.
So you jump straight
Sorry, we're dealing with anything after H. So if you've got any, yeah, we could start with H. I just thought we would put this up as a placeholder. So if we've got any questions about any of these, because we're just going to take this in one part, we can actually add, if we add A into that as well, which is receives the report. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Just leave them as they are.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Because we'll take those other parts. So is there any other questions around any of these? Yeah, Councillor Scholar.
Thank you for this, and thank you very much for changing these around. Sorry, Jeremy, to put you back. But so just in terms of the looking at the operation spend and the 9.8 million, just on a quick and dirty hotapu sort of maths, I know we've been told that there's and this is going to be good, just like yours was. I'm complimenting you. You inspired me to do it publicly. So just, we've got 80 vacancies from what we heard whenever that was a couple of weeks ago. I know I've seen something in some of the HR reports. I think through COVID we had a recruitment freeze. I know we talked last year about the fact that the budget's normally done for salaries with about a $12 million pocket. But this year we used it up because the job market went down, and so we filled vacancies really quickly. So just on a quick and dirty maths, if you have 80 vacancies that are worth average 100,000, I know there'll be some that are higher up than that and some will be lower. You add a 30% allocation, that's about 10.5 million if you don't employ them for 6 months. And what we're seeing is we're not hearing too often that we haven't been able to do that because we've got vacancies, so that we haven't been able to deliver. So to me, it's just, these are the things that I'm really pleased to see these numbers put up. So thank you, Marty and the team. But that's the sort of thinking that I would be very happy to hear is happening across the organisation. Not say it, so these are vacancies we're talking about, and just saying if we slow down the recruitment process, then with the number of people we're talking about, that's quite big savings we can activate.
Is that a question or a statement?
Is that
Deputy
something we
Mayor.
can think about activating,
Yeah.
Mr. CEO?
Look, we are essentially operating under a recruitment freeze at the moment, other than what you would call those essential roles. And those essential roles, essentially what you might call keeping our operations going, our water treatment plants and making sure our streets are clean and safe. And it's those things that would have an impact on people's daily lives if we didn't do that. So we're doing that essentially to achieve this year's financial savings, let alone next year's financial savings. And so our target at the moment is to deliver an annual report that keeps us within this year's annual budget. And that's arguably the reason why we're doing that at the moment, just in terms of that, what the 80 vacancies that we might be holding, in terms of our projections for next year and the way the organisation might look, there's only a portion of those that actually arguably we won't need next year bodies on the ground. But I think somewhere in the order of 30 or 40 of those roles might be roles that may not exist in the organisation next year. And so just because there's a vacancy doesn't mean to say that actually we can cash that in as such. We still need to keep certain parts of the organisation operating, but we're doing that in a very, very measured and controlled fashion at the moment.
Must have been a question because that was a very good answer. Thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thanks for the report. I guess I'm interested in the 9.8 or whatever, wherever the number ends up being, just where we get some clarity in the process, because I know the possibilities to me seem to be now, in a week, when the consultation document is done, when we get presented as part of the deliberations. So I guess, the Deputy Mayor's raised, like a key issue there. And there are other ones that you're looking at across the organisation. And I understand we can't, have a nice tidy list now, but in terms of the public consultation, to respond to Jeremy's question, I think the guidance I would give is that we know the public are highly, highly interested in what that number is. And they're highly interested in the components of that, including what the Deputy Mayor talked about. So the more we can kind of, work closely to sort of have a clear narrative around that, I think the better it'll be, because I think otherwise we will get a whole lot of submissions that might be, without intending to, sort of tell us how to suck eggs or tell us, like there's all sorts of possibilities that could flow that I don't think would be in the interest of an informed consultation. So I'm just really wanting to tease out, like, when in the whole process would we get not the absolute detail, but the sort of the headings provided for where that will be.
If I understand, I'll just clarify the question. The headings around where the placeholders may be turned into.
I think we're trying to tiptoe through some things here, and so I'm trying to word that.
I guess that's what I was trying to cover in that presentation, to say as effectively as that there is an element of risk that with 9.8 of placeholders without definitively defining those when we go out into the draft, that they're unable to be achieved, or not optimised to be able to be achieved by the time we get to the final, in which case in the absence of any other saving, that would push things up. And the commitment is effectively to continue to work through these to get as much saving as we can by the time we get to deliberations in May, June for the final report. So that's when you would see the output of these things, and that may be that some of those can be realised within the 25-26 year. It might be some that can be realised in the 26-27 or later years, or it could be some that could be better realised if they are in later years, for example, within there. So that's why we need to work this out now for the draft. Coming back to the consultation with the community, most of these elements, with the exception of the level of service, won't be conversations with the community. It'd be about how business is done effectively within there, but which is the other report effectively covers those elements that have been identified to date for conversation or potential conversations with the community, or other things that pop up now.
Yes, through the chair, and in the interest of the consultation being valuable, I would just highlight that we need to address whatever elephants there are in the community around it. Otherwise, I think we run a real risk around that, and I think it'd be better to just to very matter-of-factly talk about a range of options being looked at, and maybe tease out some of those to a very limited extent, but just to clarify that we're aware of a range of issues, as opposed to getting feedback on a whole lot of issues that we're already aware of.
there any other questions on these parts? Yes.
I'm not sure what digital initiatives to promote streamlined operations will be promoted means. So that makes me look as though that's a increase of costs in there, not a decrease. So I just would like I don't understand what J means. If I can have an explanation, please.
Foster, maybe.
The SAP conversation we've had, it's going to be an ongoing conversation for your tenure. What we're thinking of doing is changing the conversation around the ERP implementation in terms of bringing it forward, getting it done at a lower cost. I think the other part of this is our document management system. No, that's not in here. It's just the ERP conversation. So right now, the council's been in an ERP transition for quite a while. We think we can bring it forward. As part of the workshop, we'll bring you more details.
Just to clarify, your reading between the lines is absolutely correct. That what's proposed there through that paragraph is that there is a program of works that would see us move off the current Ozone platform to either SAP and or whatever else might be there available at a good rate. And that funding for that transition is not in the current budgets. And so as part of the workshop, which I think is happening on the 13th, we want to have that conversation with you as to whether or not the current program of digital work is appropriate, and whether or not we want to change that to put more emphasis on getting off the platform. I think when we had the cyber presentation, whilst cyber is a risk, I think our chief digital officer said that the bigger risk was failure of that current platform we're on. So
just in terms of that, I would be unable to support J until we've had the workshop, because it's got no indication of costs of that.
And Mahe, just at a previous council meeting late November, council did pass a resolution about investigating a national platform or that kind of initiative. So could we have an update on that on the 13th, the meeting? Yep, cool. Thank you.
Not a priority from this government.
Perhaps just if I may, Your Worship, just one other comment. Councillor Crowther, you asked about the level of detail that might be available for the 9.8 million, and when there could be some visibility of that, or how transparent or visible that is. It's very blurry at this stage. Essentially, it's 4 bullet points of ideas that we would need to dive into and try and get a greater understanding of timings and benefits and savings. So even the 7%, the 25 million at this stage, is a series of ideas that we believe we can achieve. We've done that on what you might call if you like, an executive assessment of impact of service delivery. That in itself, in my view, will be achievable, but it's going to mean that essentially for the next 3 or 4 months, we've got some seriously hard work to do to achieve that. So, and there may be some points in that not necessarily everybody agrees with, because at this stage, it's really an executive assessment. And I will, I'd hope to be able to bring to you at some stage over the next 3 or 4 weeks impact of that on the organisation, just so you've got a feel of what that's like.
Thank you, Marty. I think that's what we were I was looking for. And I think just to do a carefully crafted wording in the consultation is probably the key. Like, not to go beyond what we can go beyond, but just to make sure that there is clarity in the community that we are undertaking this process, because not everyone will be watching this meeting to hear what you just said. So just to sort of put that into some good words.
May I?
Yeah,
Thought of a
councillor.
comment.
Yeah.
Sorry, might be. I'm sort of part way between, as CEO, I'm comfortable we delegate to you, where you decide with your team to make those savings. So, I'm not needing, if we're getting your commitment to endeavouring to make them with a minimal loss of service, or level of service, that's what I'm comfortable as a governor delegating to you as operations. So I'm not needing too much of a list, because that's up to you, know the organisation, you know how your team works best. So I think I'm comfortable that that's a delegation to the CEO.
Councillor Roseburn.
Thank you, Mayor. Contrary to the Deputy Mayor, I support Jay, and I'm going to rely heavily on the second half of that paragraph, where it states a summary of proposed priorities and a business cases will be provided for adoption before the annual plan, or before we actually sign off, because I do understand and accept a well-functioning IT system will make this body more efficient and reduce our risk to a cyber attack, and also help us implement all our rates, funding and other customer support systems more efficiently with a more up-to-date and relevant IT network. It's something that we need to get right, and it will make us, and we could become the national standard.
Councillor Baker.
Is it appropriate to talk about the fees and charges part of the document, or later?
We'll come back to that.
Come on.
If that concludes our discussion on this part, I would like to, I'm happy to move this. So we've got A, which is receives the report, and then H to M. Happy to move that. Have we got a seconder on that part? Councillor Roseboom, seconder. I ask all those in favour. Those against? That is carried, thank you. Sorry, do you want some conversation? Okay. Sorry. Now, what I propose, we might just have a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 2:45, and then we'll get into B to G. So yeah, we'll come back and deal with that part. So meeting adjourned until 2:45. Thank you. everybody. So we'll get a little bit more into the numbers now, as just remind us where we're at, which is 11.7 draft annual plan 2025-2026. It's on the supplementary agenda, and we're looking at about page 81, 84 is where we're starting. So we have now taken the resolution A, and we have taken from H to M, and now we're going to go back and we'll just have a look at these individually as kind of line by line items. And the first one we'll look at is B, and that relates to waters, and that is under paragraph 14, which is on page 86 of the supplementary agenda. That is the part of this that we are now looking at. So maybe we can ask staff to just give us a little bit of a download on the reasoning and what we're looking at here, and then we'll ask any questions that we have.
Okay, so water supply activity is a ring-fenced activity, which means we raise money in the year to cover the operational costs of the activity, and the operating costs were given to you last week at the council meeting, and those by activity budgets. The revenue overall in those budgets, the rates revenue actually was very slightly incorrect in that it had added in 700,000 of user fees into the rates line for the year, but overall rates volumetric charge has gone up. It's the main rate. It had gone up about 7.3%, but the volumes have reduced. And the main reason we're experiencing a reduction in volume this year, and the quarterly report will indicate that we'll be expecting revenue below budget. And the main reason for that is a very large commercial operation closed during the year, and that was taking quite a large volume of water. And so we've kind of reviewed the volumes, and we're expecting from last year's budget about a 1% lower volume level next year. So as a result of that, when we've modelled the numbers, we're looking at a 9.3% increase in volumetric charge to cover that proportion, and for the base meter charge, which is a fixed component, a 7% charge has been proposed. Do you want more information?
Catherine, what is the amount related directly to the lost mussel process? I assume it's the mussel processing factory.
I don't have the exact number here. I'm just having a quick look at my. Oh, thanks, Nick.
Yes, that's related to the mussel farm, and they had about 670 cubic metres per day. So with them closing down, there's a loss of water revenue of about $500,000 and about $350,000 in trade waste revenue.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, and you mentioned previously in a public workshop or meeting about the waters requirement for 10% per annum, and our consultant, I think, used the phrase 10% per annum for the 10 years. This is not 10%. We've had some headwinds, as we've just heard. I guess the question is, why isn't it 10% or more?
So the LTP numbers weren't exactly 10% every year. They sort of fluctuated to an average over the 10 years of around the 10%. I don't have right in front of me the LTP increase. I think it was actually less than the 9.3% we were proposing, but I can get that for you. Was it?
the other question was, did you look at, given, I think it's correct to say we haven't done affordability analysis around rates or water, other than what was in the very broad brush kind of commentary in the business case. But did you look at not putting up the fixed charge by 7%, putting it up by less than that, and putting the meter charge up by more than that? Volumetric.
No, but we could model any number of options such as that.
I think one thing to add, that one of the issues with water charging is that it's the cost structure has a huge fixed component with a highly variable volumetric component. It does add revenue risk.
I completely understand that, but as some of our Western Bay Plenty District Council colleagues who are having the same conversation right now have pointed out that there is plenty of precedent across businesses, councils to charge a fixed cost, the fixed cost business charged on a volumetric basis, pretty much most things you can think of. So I don't think it would be unusual. We've used the commissioners, to be fair to them, use that logic when they had some wins in their favour. I don't see why we couldn't do it when we have wins against us as well.
I just had a question on the unmetered water annual charge. A couple of things there. One, why is that not going up in a similar, like a percentage to the consumption? Because obviously, and two, is that based? How do we get that number? Is that an average user, or is that how do we get that number in the first place?
So these various minor charges account for very little revenue, and so we have just applied the inflation. But yes, we could apply the same logic and put, say, a 7% increase on it. Won't make a material difference to revenue as such, but we could do it. I'm not sure how many unmetered users there are.
Do we take an average user and figure out that if they were metered, an average user would cost? I guess I'm just trying to say, we're putting water meter the cube rate up, and are these guys winning, or are they losing out of this, like being unmetered? Are they? It should be that you want to be on the meter because that's the most economic way to get your water, because you only pay for what you use for.
I understand you. If we can meter you, we will meter you. It's not a opt-in. So this will just be a number of people who, for some reason, were unable to meter. I'll have to get that information too. Sorry, I don't know.
No, that's fine. And then that's because, is that like cross leases and things like that? Do we know, is that part of it, or and then just another maybe the water people are the right people to ask these questions, but I'm just interested, like restrictor fee install, is that the actual cost of that? Is it covering its costs, or that's, I see like the backflow preventer is at cost, so the other ones, are they actually covering their costs?
Yeah, generally we try to understand what the costs are and charge for that. So there might be some smaller ups and downs, immaterial, I'd suggest overall, but that's the intent. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor.
Direct me if I'm wrong, and I probably am, but to me it would seem equitable and fair that if ratepayers are going to go up by 10%, and that'll be a good result for us, why wouldn't we be increasing these sundry charges by 10% as well?
Yep, that does seem a fair comment. And if there's a decision, I'm happy to amend that before putting it.
Would that fit with my previous comment, like what Councillor Taylor's just suggesting, to actually turn the dial one way upwards? He's suggesting in terms of 10% instead of 9.3 or whatever, and then turn it down onto the fixed amount to make them add up to the appropriate amount for that activity. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
So, sorry, I don't quite understand.
So I think councillor Taylor's saying 10%, I think you were comparing it to the 9 point whatever, is that right? Or are you suggesting put it up for the whole lot? Okay, right, take that back.
And so this will bring us out to effectively a zero budget in waters. Is that like assuming usage is within our remit? This gets us there.
Yes, it balances the budget, but it's okay. You know, I think if you increase the fixed charge to the same degree as the volumetric charge, if that's what you're saying, then you'll get a small surplus because, but the total revenue is about 3.5 million from fixed charge. But yeah, I mean, there is no restriction on doing that. I'm sorry, we're very focused on the volumetric and just trying to get the price right. So we haven't kind of thought through those aspects, but they're reasonable suggestions.
I guess, yeah, I'm quite comfortable with them where they are, in the fact that your overall rates bill, effectively that would have an impact on taking your overall rates bill down. You know, I guess that's the advantage of this, and then obviously being volumetric, the less you use, the less you pay. So yeah, I'm quite comfortable leaving them, you know, as they are, because then, you know, if you look at it on total rates rather than, you know, water and thing, your overall will make it even less than the 10% or the 12.5% rise. Yes, Councillor Taylor.
Coming back at you on that one. Most of these things are on demand type charges, forgetting the volumetric and the standard charge. Yeah, I can't see why they wouldn't affect someone's rates. It's only if you needed to change your size of your pipe or whatever. So yeah, maybe your volumetric and your standard charge should stay, but these ones I could see could stand 10%.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. How do we compare with other cities in New Zealand? I know it's different internationally. If you're looking at Los Angeles, we're pretty expensive compared to them, despite all of their challenges. But if you're looking at Europe, we're pretty cheap. So where do we sit within the New Zealand context for those that do volumetric charging? Because there's a lot that incorporated.
Yeah, I might have to get back to you on volumetric. I'm not 100% sure. Unless, Nick, do you know?
I think we're sort of middle of the band for residential or water metered. I know that we're probably not charging as much as we could for trade waste, which is the wastewater component of the charges for industry. Yeah, the two trends there anyway. I just wanted to mention also, just in terms of the conversation about this, at some point we have equity has been a part of this as well, because affordability in the past has been part of the conversations, and that lower economic households often have more people living in them, and that has in the past been a part of the conversation as to why you should maybe increase the fixed part of it, not only because fixed costs are a greater part of our costs, like Paul mentioned before, and but we have a heavy reliance on the volumetric charge at the moment. But just taking that into consideration, so wherever we land, we probably need to do a sense check on those numbers in terms of how it affects the community.
Supplementary, if I may, yeah, for the deliberations report, it would be good to get a picture of where we sit nationally, because we've done it for years on the rating figure, and it'd be useful from my perspective to know where we sit.
Through the chair, I've just looked at like water care, for example, it's 464 volumetric, 190 fixed charge.
Yeah, that's. I'm not sure that's quite right. I think it's because they have. Oh, I'm just looking at a. So it's 214 for water, but then there's a 372 for wastewater, which is about, I think you only get charged 80% of your input. So that is the total charge, but our wastewater is within our rates, isn't it? So it would be good though to get some of those comparisons, those totals and then compare that to Watercare, because I think, but there's other councils also around the country. I think in Cambridge it might be $1.87 or something per. So it'll be good just to get that sort of sense check.
There's a quality component to that as well, though.
We're the best. Is that what you're telling us? Got to pay for that fluoride. Councillor Kurak.
Thank you, Nick, for pointing out that affordability and also the larger households and particularly hitting them hard. The introduction of water meters back when they first introduced, the reason for that was to defer significant capital works in mega millions of dollars. And that worked well, just the introduction of water meters. But then also the pricing in the years that followed was also driven around deferral of major capital works. But now that we're in a different situation, and if I'm correct, that capacity, we've got probably a lot of capacity. We could start changing the ratio between the fixed and the volumetric to assist the larger families who would find affordability more of an issue. Correct? Or no, do we still have a capacity issue that would drive the volumetric?
No, we could. It is a matter of finding that balance between incentivizing lower use of water, though. We are going through a reconsenting process of 2 of our water takes, and part of the condition for that reconsenting is that we do what we can in order to treat water as a precious commodity. So we need to prove that we have some level of incentive for lowering water usage. But it can be done, but it's hard to say how you would do that other than pricing. So you need to have an element of some influence of the volumetric charging to influence that.
And the price sensitivity around charging volumetric. If you put out too much, the people start reducing volume. So for an organisation, in terms of certainty around collecting revenue, the fixed charge works like a dream, but it doesn't deliver less water usage. So, potentially if we consult on this, we might hear from the community that, hey, we want more of a fixed charge and less volumetric, but who knows? I think it's a discussion worth having personally. But I understand the issue around reconsenting and where that sits, major issue to consider or not.
But you're right. In terms of a revenue stream, we should just sell more water. Like it's good business. But that's just not how it works. And from a global and sustainability perspective, and reconsenting and an end, that's not how we can go about things.
All right, so we don't end up here all day. We've got quite a lot of these to go through. So thank you, staff, for answering that. I guess the question is, do we have a fundamental change to B resolution that water meter charges go up 9.3% for the volumetric and 7% for the fixed charge? Obviously, we can ask for other options to look at, but I think we're happy with that as is, and knowing that all of these, just probably to the public, is we will give a draft annual plan, and then it will go out to consultation. So anything that we may agree or disagree today, that's not set in stone. It's open to the discussion, and as we've said, we certainly will look at that, the feedback that we get before we make decisions. So If that's the case, again, I'm happy to move that. Have we got councillor Scholar? Is there any discussion on that, councillor Crowther?
I'm just thinking because of the issue with the waters consultation anyway, I think it'd be good at somewhere in this matrix to, when staff have the capacity to do it, to do a bit of that analysis, which includes an affordability overlay as well. So if you're actually pulling together, as I think you're saying, around the various options, and I'm not sure what we're getting on local waters done well, but somewhere in that whole thing, I think there's a strong community interest around where we end up with around affordability.
Just through the chair, we did have our analyst online listening. He said at the moment, in terms of water affordability, we're 1.8% of the average household income, and moving to 2.5% over the 10 years. So those ranges, I think from the material that was presented for the business case, fit within the affordability kind of range, but towards the top end by the 2.5.
And noting that obviously under the new legislation that it has to be self-sustaining and pay for itself. So that is the sort of limitations unless we can take money out. Is there any other discussion on that? Therefore, I'll put that resolution to the council, which we're looking at just B at the moment. All those in favour? Those against? Myself and Deputy Mayor. Yeah. Okay, that is carried. Thank you. Now we want to go on to C and talk about airport charges. I'll just get to the right place for that. I think if you look down into the page 93 of the supplementary agenda, there is a number of different options there. Everyone get there. Is there any questions for staff? Yes, councillor Scholar.
Thank you, and thank you for doing this analysis. And this was, as we know, just an observation that I had when I was early to the airport and walking around and happened to take a photo and wonder why we didn't charge after the week one. And what I guess really good to have the options, but I want it to be simply that we charge for weeks 2 and onwards, not that we re-look at what we're currently charging, because I don't want to find that we have a suggestion that because we started charging for weeks 2, 3 and 4 and onwards, it actually stopped people parking, because from the analysis, it actually suggests not many people are using week 2, 3 and 4 anyway. So charging that is going to bring some more revenue in, but it's not going to change behaviour because it's only the minority of people there anyway. So I would like to amend that. What do I do? A foreshadow an amendment that we keep the current charging as they are, but short term is $20 a day forever, and long term is as it is today, with either $7 or $10 every day after the current week, so that we don't change what people know is already there. We just put a continuation of charging. I think $7 a day for a secure park is terrific. And I don't mind 7 or 10, but I just think on the short term, it's $20 a day, and we just leave it at that. And lost tickets, I think I read on another website that it says daily charge of $20 a day, and then in brackets, that's the lost ticket charge. So you have to prove when you went in and when you came out, which is quite easy if you've got your Air New Zealand app, and you can say that's why I arrived for that flight. So we don't have to say what the quantum of the lost ticket charge is. So that's what I would like to have an amendment to say.
We'll just have a bit more discussion. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I wonder, can staff tell us why? I guess the name short-term car park implies to me that it means relatively short term. And so relatively seems to be the key word. Like we're proposing to do sort of a discounted set of rates, which will end up, depending on, you know, how you go, it could be $5 a day. And I'm thinking the cost to that I see is that people who value accessibility or who find accessibility essential for them put at a disadvantage, particularly if we have forecast growth at that airport, which you know is highly realistic. So I don't understand why we don't just go X dollars, and we've got the 25 on the table. But we're just asking questions at the moment. But I don't understand why we don't not have long-term parking and short-term parking, or if we do, put a very steep price on that and treat it differently to the other one.
Yeah, I think Jen's sort of suggestion, I'm quite comfortable with Jen's suggestion, although I would say that should be $25 a day for the short-term parking. And, you know, but we don't discount the short-term parking, because exactly you shouldn't, if you're not there for short-term, you know, and we want to have parks that are available by the airport. So we're trying to a shift in behaviour. If you're going to park there for a week, you should be going to the long term, or you'll pay for the privilege. So I agree with that. The short term, I think just, you know, while the long term, I don't have an issue with those options, but I think there should be a maximum on that. The reason is, you know, is I just think there comes a time when you it just becomes unrealistic, and that may be your only option. Going away for a month that you know that it's only going to cost, but you know, that can be, I don't agree with it being $95. So I think, you know, that could be up at, you know, $250, $300, something like that. That you do have a maximum, and, you know, sometimes things happen beyond your control, and I think, you know, that's pretty, you know, if you came back to $1,000 bill because, you know, your mum died and you had to go and, you know, look after them or whatever overseas, and you know, you were there for longer than expected, things like that. You know, I think it just makes it fair, but you know, and I think that I like the you know, it kind of getting cheaper the longer you park. So quite like the, you know, $10 a day and then $5 a day after a certain period. You know, understanding that we don't have a lot of people, but you also, you know, as sort of specified in the report, we want people still using our airport and parking there and not driving them off to Auckland. And, you know, if you notice, a lot of the other car parks around the country do have, you know, those maximums. So I think that's what we should do on the long-term stuff. Councillor Correct.
I think the maximum should be lifted, because we don't want to encourage non-travellers to store vehicles there, because it does seem a cheap offer. If I wanted to store my vehicle for 6 months, there's no way I'd find anywhere that would store it for $200, for example. So it's that you're inviting people, well, hopefully it doesn't get reported, but, you know, we need a deterrent in place for people who might take advantage of that car park. It might be too cheap, which at the moment it is for long-term parkers. $250, did you? Or what was the suggestion?
$250, $300 was...
$300,
yeah.
Because it's not a lot these days for someone who might want to store their vehicle for 3 months or 2 months or whatever it is.
Well, I look at it that when we're charging for license to occupy, we don't say you only have to, it's only from Monday to Friday that you have to charge. We're charging because every minute that you've got tables there, we're charging. So it doesn't become free, right? At the end of the day, yes, there might be some very minor minority times when you're going to be there for a long time, and your insurance probably will cover it if you're having to stay away. But I know people who say, it's amazing, I just take my car to the car park, I'm away 3 months on a cruise or on something else, and I come back and I haven't had to pay for 2 months. So I disagree that there should be a limit, because we need people to realise that it does cost ratepayers to have those car parks. So we should be charging that.
So not having it.
I'm sort of in support of Jen's proposal. Would you like to just confirm the exact amounts you're moving in your amendment? And I'll second
I
it.
think it's not one of I think we keep the first weeks the same. So we're not bringing on any more charges for most of the people, but that the short term is $20 a day every day. Or 25, is it currently? Okay, and then the long term is, I don't mind whether it's $7 a day or 10, but I don't think it should change. I think you should know that if you're going to be there for 20 days, it's 20 times 7 or 20 times 10 in the long term. So the short term is currently 25 a day, is it?
Currently 20.
20, no, so I think we leave it at 20. Because I don't want to find that this is blamed for a loss of airport car park fees.
Well, yeah, sorry, Councillor Morris.
Just checking in, is the parking activity at the airport due for an inflation adjustment this year?
Potentially would every year. We would look to keep it in line with inflation, but it doesn't always work that way just because of rounding and stuff and the cost of doing it. So, yeah.
Personally, I think $20 is cheap. I just think for short-term parking, if you compare us to other cities, Hamilton's more than that, Auckland's way more than that. So, yeah. You're happy with 20?
I just don't want to be blamed because we brought this in, we reduced people in the car park. So I just thought the only way to test whether we're going to make 400,000 to pay off debt every year is you keep one bit the same and bring in the rest and make sure that doesn't influence it. So I'm not unhappy with 25, but I would just prefer not to change it right now.
Yep, Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, I suppose not counter to the Deputy Mayor, but if that 25 is representative as what is a change in the daily rate for the short-term car parking, if there's reasons behind it, I think don't have a problem at all with it. I tend to agree with Councillor Crowther. If you've got a short-term car park and a long-term car park, you don't want to be incentivising anyone for staying in a short-term car park for a long time. We've got the other asset there, so I'd keep that real simple. And yeah, I agree, long-term car parking, but yeah, I don't think we want to be incentivising people to park there forever, so.
No maximum.
I wouldn't put a maximum if we didn't need to.
I guess the issue with 20 is it's the same as the long-term car park for a day. So 20 is the same for the long-term and the short-term for a day at the moment for the first day. So I think you do want to make the long-term parking cheaper, but
having used the Tauranga airport for about 20 years, I can tell you, and with my colleagues, that we always used to say, 3 days, does that mean we can still stay in the short-term car park? And you come in and you figure out if there's a front row spot that you can actually get in, then you think, no, we're looking after grower money or somebody else's money, we should be in a long-term car park. So I think those conversations do happen, but I think if we're already 20 in the long term for the first day, then maybe we go to 25.
So short term, we want to be 25 per day, and basically no discount. So it's 25 per day, no, and it just keeps going up. Is there an actual option? It's a new option. Yep.
I'm going to start burrowing into the weeds because I'm a professional at parking at the airport. I'm thinking if the short term is higher than the long term, you're going to get people who are short term parking in the long term, and it's hard enough to find a car park in the long term, isn't it? I'm all case in point. I haven't parked since the extra. Yep. Okay.
So then, sorry, on the long term, we're happy to stay at $20 a day. So how do we, have we got an option there that we're happy with? Which one, sorry? What's in two?
But no maximum. I think as what's written there, without the maximum.
So option one without maximum, is that right? So option one without a maximum?
So at the end of after day 8, but without maximum. Is that right? Yeah, after day 8, comma, with no maximum.
Yeah, but that's a different. Yeah. Okay, so any further discussion on that? Okay, are you happy to move that, Councillor Schooler? It's Councillor Taylor second it. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried, thank you. Now D, I'm sure this is going to bring up a few issues. So we're back to boat ramp charges. Barbara, do you want to? Oh, sorry, 84 back to the.
Well, if I try and remember a bit of background. Yes.
Yes, oh, sorry, Barbara, yeah.
So you will recall that boat ramp parking fees, we adopted parking fees as opposed to boat ramp fees just because the ease of charging. Boat ramp fees, if you actually charge on the boat ramp, it actually is a slow way of collecting, of managing the boat ramps. So we opted for boat ramp parking fees, and we opted for $20 a day and $200 for a year. And that was to collect, from memory, about 313,000 per annum, and that was a guesstimate based on what we understood the usage of that area was for. That was approximately half of the cost of managing boat ramps over the collective area. including interest and depreciation. From memory, it was about 650. And also noting that we have in future years around $6 million to invest in upgrade because of the Marine Parade is such a popular boat ramp. We need to increase the service there. When the fees were adopted, it was acknowledged that our annual fee was in the higher bracket, definitely not the highest. I think some of them are up to around $300 per annum. The $20 was fairly average. So you received obviously petitions against boat ramp fees, and so they were waived, and we had to refund all of the $200 fees. Couldn't refund the 20 because they were credit cards as opposed to actually taking information from people. Definitely mixed reactions. Definitely, some people didn't like it, and but then when we were refunding, we certainly got some feedback from people saying that they thought that the fees were justified and are reasonable. So, I guess the option in front of you is either to recognise that you've to change your mind, you might not want to go back again, or to consider a lower fee.
Right, thank you. Has anyone got any questions on this? Otherwise, happy to open the floor for discussion. Yeah, Councillor Morris.
Yeah, where'd this come from? Because we made a decision 6 months ago, 5 months ago.
Where'd it come from?
So how did it end up on the agenda? Because I'm just having a look at the paragraph 45 of the Review and Observer Team report from a few years ago about things coming back on agendas.
So in the confidential briefing on trying to get to the 10%, a range of options was put to you. Most of them are in the report you'll consider next, but the user fee ones were intended to go in the user fee report last week. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to get them in, so they've come to this one along with the other user fee questions. So it was in the, if you recall, there was a slide with a green list and an orange list, and you asked that all would be brought to you. So both the animal increase in animal charging and the boat ramp ones were in that list.
That's correct.
Yes, Catherine, I recall the closed workshop we did have and the colours, but we're running late, and I recall, and I was waiting for the discussion to go back to the colours at the front, but that never happened. So you had no direction from us, because I wanted to give direction but didn't have an opportunity. So I was anticipating it arriving today. So my preference is to leave it until we go through a comprehensive user fee review. As you recall, on the day, I moved to get rid of the boat ramp, but didn't want to get rid of them on that day. My proposal was to put it through a comprehensive user fee review, but I lost that, and the award-winning councillor in Papamoa put a motion on the table to just get rid of them from day one, which I sort of had to support, or reluctantly support it. So that's my preference, is to don't do a knee-jerk flip-flop, but to put it through the user fee review, which would be the logical way, because that's the feedback I got at the time. There was the issue around no consultation, but the other one was, hey, why pick on us? There's plenty of other activities that people get free. Libraries is one. Libraries currently cost $250 per ratepayer. Everyone pays $250, and soon they'll probably be $350 was the cost of a new library. And the boat ramp fee of collecting $5 per ratepayer was the impact of taking the fee off. So there's some discussion to be had here in terms of parity. Remember, I referred to parity on that day where we talked about this. So we should allow that discussion, but yeah, in a comprehensive way, a full review, whether that's next year or the LTP year. It might be probably preferable to leave it till the LTP year to do a more comprehensive review, but not this year. I think we'll get inundated with submissions because of the flip-flop. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, I think for me, this is a wider discussion. We've very much talked about, looking at ways. And I just want to reiterate the point. At the moment, we're trying to get rates down, and this is a direct way to get rates down. It's minimal. It's about $5 per ratepayer, but every dollar adds up. And if you're just $5 here and $5 there, suddenly that's $100, and that's the problem. What I heard during the reason that people didn't, the main reason that people didn't like the boat parking or boat ramp parking fees was equity. And I get that. They felt like they were picked on because there's a wider consultation on user fees and charges, and they were the ones that got caught, and everyone else didn't. But just to put that in perspective, everyone that plays sport in arenas around the city, they pay user fees. People that are parking, we've just had the airport parkers, they pay user fees. People that are parking in the CBD, they pay user fees. So it's not picking on one group necessarily. And personally, I would like to see across the board where we can charge for use of services. And I'm not talking about full cost recovery. I'm talking about contribution to the services you use. And if you are prepared to do that as a ratepayer, you will get a lesser rates bill. And this is direct cost. If this comes into user fees, then that will directly impact your rates. It's, as I said, it's $5 a year, but every dollar counts. So that, to me, and what is not equitable to me, is if you're from Auckland or you're from Te Puke or you're from somewhere else in the country and you bring your boat here, you use that ramp for free. You don't contribute anything. And our ratepayers, whether you have a boat or not, all pay to support that boat ramp. So that's the I guess justification for me that user contributions are a fairer system, because those that use the services and use the facilities contribute to that use, which directly impacts people's rates, so that ratepayers aren't paying for anything. So that's what I want to hear, I guess, from the community, whether this is successful or not. Are you happy with user contributions? Because if you are happy with user contributions, your rates will go down. And if you're not happy, then your rates are going to stay high, because you're going to pay for every single service in the country and in the town, and everyone that comes from out of town is going to use all our facilities for free, and you'll be paying for them. So that, I guess, is my plea to you. That if you want us to put the rates down, you're going to have to be encouraging of some of the things that can make your rates go down, and one of those is user contributions. So I very much support this and putting it back in, but knowing that we're going to, I want to look at everything that is economical to charge for. That there is a contribution from the people that use those services, and that puts us in line with Thames Coromandel, for example. They pay $33 a day, but their maximum is $115. So 4 days is your maximum. So that it's the same down in the Marlborough Sounds. You'll be paying the same. I think that's quite reasonable. If you're and I'm not set on whether it's $20 a day or $200 a day. Sorry, a year, but won't be charging you $200 a day. But it's about fairness and those that are using the services to pay for them, including our friends from out of town. We are a very popular place to come, and they're currently using our city for free, and the ratepayer picks up the bill. So that's my take on boat user charges. Councillor Morris.
I don't necessarily disagree with you, Neil. I think that's sound reasoning for user fees and charges across multiple activities in the city. And I think the only fair way of doing that is to look at them across the board. And the way to do that is through the long-term plan. So I think this is something that should be considered in the long-term plan. The original objection from boating community were that they were singled out relative to other users of other activities across the city. So I think the only fair way is to look at the long-term plan. If we are wanting to look at pure OPEX things that can make a difference, very reluctant to raise it, but what about user fees on coffee machines? Have a little swipe card there. I know exactly how much OPEX that would save over 5 years. It's not insignificant. That's just one thing. If we're going to go there, I would prefer that we look internally and we take a hit internally rather than out there in the community. The other thing I would say is that remember some candidates said, hey, have a read of the review and observer team report during the election. And if you get through the appalling grammar and spelling, which I can still see today on one of the pages, slightly triggering. There is counselling available, EAP, thank you. But it talks about relitigation of issues undermines credibility of council. And I want to prevent you and the council from going there. So I'm going to say, leave it. We made a decision. We've got a kaupapa that we make a decision and we move on. Let's continue with that kaupapa. There is a rationale for looking at it in the long-term plan. Agree that there are strong views, and I don't disagree with those views, by the way, Mia. I think good views, but I don't think now's the time to I'm not going to call it relitigate it. I'm going to say relook at it. I don't think now's the time to relook at it. Because there are a few things I'd like to relook at, but I'm just waiting.
Any other discussion?
No, but we are.
No, but there is a motion of agrees to reinstate boat fees.
No, we can carry on.
Yep.
If I can I'll talk briefly. I mean, our supporting member of the New Zealand's favourite community, Papamoa. Oh yeah, I don't think we only made this decision recently. I know at the time I didn't have a massive strong opinion either way. I suppose the logic I had at the time, and I'll reiterate it. There's a lot of things we do at the Mount. We walk around the Mount, up the Mount. We go down steps and stairs to surf or fish, park to go shopping. So I sort of probably, when you talk, Mayor, about the user fees for sports facilities and organised sport and booking a swimming pool for a certain time of the day every week, I viewed sort of what people were doing in their own private R&R time a little bit differently, which is what sort of swayed my choice then. So like I said, I don't have a really, really strong opinion either way and understand where you're coming from, but I'm of the view we just made a decision a few months ago and we should leave that, look at other areas, and I'd support Councillor Morris. Have a decent review of everything and figure out what's fair going forward. That's my view.
Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I support my fellow Western Suburbs councillor on that. I think for me, it's what we don't know that would be a worry if we flip-flopped, I think the term was used, including, I'm not convinced from what I've seen that the parking for all recreational activities is incorporated into charges, even where we do have user fees. So for instance, sports fields, some of them, parking seems to be presumably included in how you calculate sports fees, but some of them, from what I've figured out, isn't included in that. So if someone goes and plays sport, then are they paying the same proportion as someone who goes out fishing, in terms of just parking up their vehicle? And if you look at it from, say, the boaties, the equivalent of the user fees for the sports club might well be the carbon tax and the ETS levy and petrol tax, which they pay on their fuel if they've got a motorboat, which is basically just a bit of a cash grab from the government because they're not actually damaging the roads by going out on a boat. So there's all sorts of factors here, and I think we've got to be really careful. If we did relitigate this, we'd have to have very sound reasoning. And I think before we do it, I'd be totally supportive of looking at where all the costs lie. When someone pulls in, to use Councillor Currick's long-standing example, libraries, you know, do we start getting people to pay for their recreational activity by parking at the Gretton library parking area across the road because they pulled up a vehicle there and we've got to maintain that? You know, there's all sorts of, you know, where do we draw a line in terms of user fees? I think that needs a comprehensive analysis.
Councillor Baker.
That was a great kōrero. I was on the fence kind of coming into this because I sat on your side of the fence initially around the user fees, understanding, I guess, there are a lot of communities that already pay or contribute in many ways, and this was more so about bringing this community that uses a resource that costs the people of Tauranga money to kind of pay their fair share. So I kind of understood it from that point of view, but equally acknowledged the decision that we had made. And support kind of Councillor Morris's position, as previously and recently stated. Perhaps it's while also acknowledging the rationale, because the whole user fees and charges conversation is worth having in our city with our people, and perhaps it's here, but it might be a merger of like a D and G, where in G we're kind of looking at adopting the fees and charges, but I don't know if people quite understand or appreciate the holisticness of a user fees and charge, like paying for fields versus parking fees versus boat ramp fees. They're all user pays things. We just don't kind of tend to associate all of those things together. And perhaps it's a conversation around the value of user fees and using as an example to illustrate the boat ramp thing. So not as this is what we're going to do, but as an example, this is what will happen and here's the positive impact it will have on your rates, and we can provide a list of things so people are gaining a more considered understanding around user fees and charges. But yeah, I don't think I could support bringing it back to the table right now until we look at the whole picture. So but there is an opportunity to have a deeper conversation here in conjunction with G that could use D as an example or something like that.
No, thank you. I think we've heard the discussion, and I think the council disagree with me, so that's absolutely fine. I think just the points that I make is I want to see this consulted on, not necessarily boat parking fees, but the wider user fees discussion in the annual plan. Do people support the user contributions, or do they just want to pay for everything through rates? I think that is an important discussion to have, and I think further to that, I do agree with the councillors that the probably the proper process is to have a wider discussion and go out. I get that the long-term plan is the right place to do that. I guess I'm probably a little bit impatient, so I would suggest that we probably start trying to look at that earlier, because ultimately I want to see the rates come down, and this is one way that I think we can reduce rates and make it a little bit more equitable for our people and those that use services, pay more towards those like they do with those that use water. So I'm happy to move the motion as is, knowing that I'm going to be outvoted here, but.
Can we foreshadow an amendment to it so that we do say that we do consult on user fees through the annual plan? Because I think, and I'm again taking what one of my colleagues has said, that we need to talk about it, and it's a little bit, we put animal charges with boat fees and we forget to say that you're actually paying it every time you go to the swimming pool, you're paying, and that's part of the user fees. I think we've got to describe it better, that the way, we should hope we have recorded your words, Mayor Mahe, and they're exactly right. We do, we've got two options. One is that your rates just keep going up and you pay whether you use stuff or not, or we start looking at how we bring the general rates down because we charge at a user fees. And I don't think we should put this up on the basis you're prepared to not win on it. And the other thing is, I don't actually mind saying we've made a bad decision and we're going to reverse it. So that wouldn't worry me. But I think we should increase this motion so that we actually are saying that we do consult on user fees in the annual plan. But I haven't got too late in the day, I haven't got the words for that.
We could change this, agrees not to reinstall.
Oh yeah, agrees. No, but there was no reason to in the first place. So we can say agrees to consult on user fees in the annual plan.
Yep. Yep.
Just wondering if that is covered by G. We're adopting the schedule and the schedule is subject to consultation, or maybe we're wanting to make it a focus of the consultation documents. I think it would be good to capture the discussion around user fees offsetting future rates increases in the long-term plan. I think that would be good to capture in a resolution. Like there will be a full review of user fees and charges and the impact on rates in the long-term plan, for the long-term plan. I think that would be.
Are you prepared to do it for the annual plan next year?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. I mean, we might do the Papamau targeted rate as well, same time.
So
we could just take C out and not vote on that one because we haven't put it up yet. You have, but we haven't seconded, have we? We could just ignore it.
Yeah.
And then, but make sure G does allow us to do that.
Could we move a motion about annual plan next year that we?
Yeah, so I think we will change. Put another motion, yeah, or we.
I've got one just.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. So that, no seconder, so that is lost, thank you. Failed. Yeah. So now we'll move to E, which I'm sure is,
No seconder.
yeah, no seconder. Yeah, F and G will come back to. So E is approves an additional operating grant of 338K to Bay Venues Limited to continue operation of Memorial Park Indoor Sports Centre in 25-26, noting this has been included in the baseline budget. And just for your guidance, there is a under 4 attachment to item 11.7. There's a new table there and a report around that. So again, do you want to talk to that, Barbara? Or?
Just briefly, yes. So originally, Bay Venues was going to move from QEYC and operate our new venue at 483 Cameron Road. And so more recently, we've been able to offer an opportunity because of the delay of the Aquatic Centre rebuild to have both venues operating at the same time. So Bay Venues have put forward this price that's in the resolution, but also there's another price in the attachment to continue running that facility. Gareth's here, happy between us to answer any questions if we can.
Oh, we've got plenty, I'm sure. Firstly, I'm just interested in the subsidies because you've got user fees and then you've got subsidies. Is that the money we contribute or?
to the best of my abilities, I guess that, unless you know Gareth, I think that's the sponsorship they've received for that venue. Is he there?
Well,
Just so that's correct. The way they've seen it is they've identified the user fees and other support revenue, their costs, and then talked about the level of shortfall that they would have because they've combined the information for both, and said that level of shortfall is what they're looking for by way of operational grant to assist them.
Okay, thank you. I do have some significant issues with this. Probably my biggest is we have been told over and over again that we are desperately short of courts, and if we build courts, they will be filled immediately. Yet the assumption in here is we're only going to fill one of the 4 courts, or 25% of the new courts, with $77,000 of revenue. So I just cannot understand. This is likely to be open for the full 2026, yet we're going to have 25% capacity use, and I just can't balance those. So I'm interested in understanding how we got there.
I don't think either of us can answer that, can we?
I mean, we're not in the operational detail of how BVL run the business, so I think we need to get one of them to come and answer that question, or we can try messaging them.
That's fine. Yeah, I think right now I'm not happy to. Oh, sorry, the new table has changed. So it's actually now they're at 50% capacity at 154,000. So yeah, I guess on the information we've been provided, I'm not prepared to make a decision. It's a significant increase. Oh, sorry, no, I might be looking at the wrong tables here.
So yes, sir.
Bring it back on the 11th. Tracy.
This is the revised?
Yes, so.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I see. Yeah, I know. Now I can understand.
Yeah.
So sorry. Yeah, the second table is where we have an uptake in those user fees. So with the information we have right now, I'm not comfortable in approving any increase in grant. I understand that there is, if you're running 2 facilities, it makes sense that you're going to have excess. I think some of their reasoning that if we have no bookings in a facility, we would close it. I think that's actually sounds very sensible to me. I can't imagine there's too many people that walk off the street and hire a court for an hour. So I don't see any point in having the doors open just in case one of the public want to come in. I guess my steer is there's a lot more questions to be asked before we we're going to commit. It could be between about $4 and $6 per ratepayer of ratepayers' money, to support something that I don't have faith in the numbers, and until we're explained, I don't think we can I can't make a decision, but if we have a contrary view around the table, happy to hear it. Councillor Curran.
On that basis, I'd be happy to move option 3, that bay venues would likely need to reduce the level of service, which is what you're saying. So that doesn't approve any grant, but it changes its level of service, i.e. opening hours, because that's the claim. If they don't need to open in the off during the day or whenever it is, they shouldn't, and they shouldn't be able to accommodate that within their budget. So if that's the case, then they could apply through the annual plan process with some updates about how much they actually do need, if any. That's option 3 on page 3 of the attachment 11.7. On the attachment, attachment to report 11.7, I'm reading.
Through the chair,
It's option 3.
we could take any of these operationally based questions away and have an answer to you all within, 24 hours.
We'll come back on the 13th.
Well, I think those questions, would really appreciate them being answered. So maybe we give some question. Oh, yeah, we could take it offline and we'll fire through the questions, to Gareth, and we'll get answers that may help us. I guess just looking at this, with this sort of money, I'd actually look at other systems as to how we may manage the venue for a less cost to council. So I guess that's the challenge to Bay Venues. If it is going to cost this much more, then we'll put it out to tender and see if someone can do it better. That would be my steer. Councillor Crowther.
Just while you're pulling together information, don't think we've seen the actual baseline for when it was just going to be Humaru, the Cameron Road ex-warehouse, for anyone who's listening. Because to me, what I can't determine is how much of the additional cost is from increase in pricing for QE2, how much is sort of reflected by the actual increase that would have been there from running a different facility. It'd be nice to tease out that combined figure and figure out what proportion of the current QE2 is like, presumably there's a bit of a saving from having both venues. That's what I'm kind of getting at. But only for some components of that. So presumably the employee costs, and I will comment just that I think the direction of travel that Bay Venues have given us in the updated document is really good, because we've seen significant increase in user fees, as the Mayor said, a reduction in employee expenses and a reduction in OPEX. But I just want to, along with all the other things that councillors have said, I think just to be really clear on what we're sort of buying into. I know there'll be an additional cost, but are we comparing like with like?
Right, I think we'll leave that one for now, and we don't have to.
Disciplinary resolution.
Yes, I think we'll just say requests further information. Yeah.
So yeah, we're just requesting further information because I personally wouldn't want to see the resolution come back again or come back via a submission to the annual plan. I think we've been helpful and said through letters of expectation that we are looking for between 7 and 9% savings. I don't know whether we need to see, I think they've raised the issue with us and they've put their case, but I don't think we need to see the request again for a third time, personally.
Just through the chair, that Bay Venues have committed to absolutely meeting the 7% savings. There's no question about that. And we've received a letter, I believe, from the chair stating that that will be the case. That is on the back of a pretty comprehensive OPEX review that they did last year. So there was already some savings that they'd banked because of that. So they've only come back because they believe there's been a request to open a second facility that they were originally planning to close. So I'm pretty sure, and I'd love to take your questions back to them, they've gone through with a pretty fine-tooth comb and looked at those opportunities for running them both, some open, some closed, using staff that can work across the two facilities. They're only a block away from each other, all that type of stuff, and that's how they got to the number. But I'll fire you an email and then flick all the questions through, and in the next 24 hours we can get answers to them all.
Thank you very much, Gareth.
To the chair, just just conscious of timing, because I think after today we need to run things to get through the amount of information. One suggestion would be, and I was going to say this before Councillor Morris just said what he said, so apologies in advance, but it could be left out for the draft and come back through deliberation to allow more time for the board to work up that, for BVL to work that number through with you.
Yeah, so for the purposes of the budgets, we could leave that out, assuming there's no one's moving it and it's not seconded.
Yep. We'll leave that out. That's fine. No, we don't need.
Don't need it?
No.
Okay, I'll take it out.
All right. Now I think so if can we just have an explanation? So we're looking at consideration of these fees in April.
So again, this was one of the orange and green lists that he said bring it back to consider for 158,000. But then because of the animal services regulations, you will consider those fees specifically in April.
For animal services, council is required to make a specific decision in council on registration fees each year. So that will happen in April, and it's just where we set out funding and financing policy and then the registration fees.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So we'll take F and G together, and then we may want to put in another. Yeah. Yep. Well, put in, if we maybe move these up to D and E.
Me mahe, while we're waiting. So the idea is this annual plan will send the message or ask the question of the public around user fees and charges. Do you want more user fees and charges or your rates? And then if they wish to do a user fee approach, then the following annual plan will go through a comprehensive review. Yeah. Okay.
I'd suggest that we potentially do quite a comprehensive user review this year, so we're ready to go. No, I think it's just consults. We'll just wait. B to C, yeah. And then, yeah, we want to Probably one more.
Preempting the decision of the public.
Yeah,
through
we're
this annual
just,
plan.
we want to have a consults, probably F,
So that's what if,
consults, no, it was different to that. So,
okay.
so before agrees, so consults. Consults as part of the current long, annual plan process.
No, that's right, it's part of the annual plan 2025-26.
Around,
About a comprehensive.
Regarding the comprehensive review of all user fees and charges. In the plan to take effect from. To take effect from 26, 27.
would it be regarding an appetite for a? Regarding no, that's fine. We're getting a view as to whether, yeah. Okay, so now we'll take D to F. I'm happy to move that.
Through your issue, any changes to fees essentially becomes part of a schedule of consultation and process. So any member of the community can provide feedback on proposed changes to user fees.
Rose Boom will second. Yeah. Now, any further discussions on this? Yeah, Councillor Morris.
Yeah, just on that F, I think it is important to signal that there is an appetite to look at comprehensive review of user fees as a mechanism to ensure that the ratepayer isn't picking up the full tab for activities which users should be paying for. And so it's important to signal that this year and to get feedback on the appetite of the community to say, hey, actually, the things that can be user fee funded, we would prefer that they are. That's going to affect individuals differently, but I think we need to signal it. And for the comms people listening in, I think we probably need to have a briefing or a session with them around what that looks like, because we need to hit it right. I mean, I would be bold enough to say, hey, user fees are coming in as much as you can be certain before as you're going into a consultation. But we need to be very clear with our community so that they can give informed feedback next year.
No, agree. And I think it's that direct link to rates, which is really important. It's not an and, it's an either or. And you know, that's a decision we're asking, you know, do you want to pay it all through rates, or do you want to save some rates and pay it through user contributions? Councillor Schooler.
I think the other side of it is that we actually want users are getting value out of it, and therefore they're prepared to contribute, because it's also a way of saying, well, if people aren't prepared to pay $7.10 to go to Automoto Pool, maybe they don't want Automoto Pool. So it's not just that you have to pay a user fee, it's because you want to pay, because it's a service you want from your city council. So it's I think from the comm side, I'd like to include that that it's a recognising that the people of Tauranga are getting value out of something and are therefore prepared to pay for it.
Taylor?
Picking up on one of your earlier points, Mayor, about people from outside district using our facilities. So I think that's another important thing in the comms that would indicate that user fees do actually have a value beyond what they're going to save the ratepayer. We're going to save the whole city some money, perhaps.
The Mountain Hot Pools are an example where the locals can get a cheaper rate and visitors pay more, which is quite appropriate, I think, with some of those higher cost activities that we provide or facilities that we provide.
Agree 100% with that. And if we had a way to do that, I'd love to be able to take that across all user charges. If it's easy, I'm not sure how that will wait on staff. Any resident gets a cheaper rate because they are paying through rates already. So,
yeah, $20, isn't it?
Okay, I'll now put D to F to the council. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That is carried. Thank you. I think that now concludes that report.
Yes, it does.
And we will go back. We will go back to 11.5, which is the draft annual plan value for money options. Again, that is in the agenda open section. Page 61. I'm not mistaken, this is our last item for the day. So I guess it's on the what we have already discussed. We'll try to go through option by option. And our first issue 1 is New Year's Eve events. And this has a couple of options. Option 1A is keeping the status quo. Option 1B is eliminating community events and only deliver 5 fireworks displays. Option 1C is replaces 5 events with 1 event in the city centre. And option D is do not run any New Year's Eve events or fireworks. Each of these has a different cost implication, with the total budget of status quo at about $513,000 through to option D of run nothing, which has a total budget of $0. Have we got any discussion around the table? Councillor Crowther.
I think it's important to look at the attendance, and my understanding is that's not a sort of just a blip in things. So, looking at Papamoa and Matua, I think there's a danger that we sort of, if we centralise it at city centre, I don't know what anyone's thinking, but, to me, that could be a mistake, that we put it out where people have said they want to be. And it has certain advantages in terms of the family environment, the sort of spreading the celebration across the city, visibility from, fireworks is a factor as well. So to me, there's somewhere in the middle of this, I would sort of see maybe not the 10 fireworks, but doing some fireworks, maybe not the 5. So that's my sort of starter, just to sort of look at where the sweet spot is. But I do think we need to go where the people have shown they want
it. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Glenn. I don't think centralising it in the CBD is probably good from a family point of view. I do wonder whether we need to have 5 at 9:30 and 5 at midnight. I think we could probably get away with Mount Maunganui maybe and CBD for midnight, and delete the other 3 perhaps as a way forward.
Yeah, this is an event that I've actually had very positive feedback on. I think it's something that is valued by a community. It is well attended by a community. That's 10% of our population is showing out to these events, which is quite a significant number across the city. I guess, and on top of that, you've got everyone that's at home and can also enjoy the fireworks. I know, had some good feedback from Western Bay. They've enjoyed watching some of the fireworks.
And your worship, if I could just add to that, so some of the stats they did in 2024, they surveyed 621 people, 94% were satisfied or very satisfied. 2 years before, 758 were surveyed, and at that stage, 90% were either supportive or very supportive of the event.
Yeah, and I think that feeds in nicely to the feedback that I've received about this event. So, look, I'm supportive of this event. It is something that we do need to look at options, and I'm also supportive of things like that. I think, this is a family event, and so, not having, if we have to give up, even if we had to give up all the fireworks at midnight, I think is something that potentially is something, we could look at. I think it's more important that while the people are there, they can enjoy them. Look, it's also, this seems to be an opportunity for us to say, look, let's put a line in the sand of what we are prepared to fund this to, and let's go and find if someone else is willing to contribute and either sponsor or fund or be part of it. It's an event that the people love, and I think there could be people interested in supporting such an event. So that would be my ideal, is we deliver effectively the status quo, but our contribution is not 100%. So that would be very much be my steer to this. Councillor Baker.
Yeah, I'm probably biased because I've got kids, but I think they are great value, especially the place-based ones. Have we looked at alternatives to fireworks, and kind of what's the cost analysis on that?
Not recently. A couple of years ago, the team had a look at a drone or light shows in comparison to fireworks, and at that stage, they were far more expensive than the fireworks were. I guess if you wanted to contribute something to a New Year's Eve party event, we could go and revisit that, and we could come back to you with options on sponsorship and the type of event.
Yeah, that'll be a choice. Thank you.
Councillor Schuller.
Yeah, no, I agree with sentiment. It's been put forward. One thing I will say with the investment in the city centre and what's happened on the waterfront and what we witnessed on the weekend with family activity and the number of people, don't underestimate the chance of a significant change from those historical numbers to seeing a real increase in the people there, maybe dropping Papamoa and Mātua to second and third. So, but truly, they are great things for the community.
Is there any other discussion on this? Yeah, Councillor.
I just want to put a view, and I think fireworks are great. I think we are trying to encourage family events on New Year's Eve, not other events which have marred my area particularly in the past. And I definitely think, although this actually ends up 16,000 people and 500 grand is $303 per person, I think the fact that you can see fireworks from other places is actually really relevant. I wish we could do it from the top of the mount, but I'm sure that won't be allowed. So I think it's something that let's consult on it, but let's do it a bit more effectively. But we also have to allow some fun in the city.
31 per attendee, so not 300.
Recommendation to go up on the screen.
Yeah, we're just $31 per person that attended. So we will. Don't know what our motion is.
That we could be For consultation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess it's just that direction to staff to see whether there is workable options to save some cost in it without impacting on the overall enjoyment, as well as potentially looking for partners to help us deliver what is pretty popular for our community.
If I can make a suggestion.
more bang for buck. Well done.
More bang, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, no, that's all cool. I mean, if the least favourable option for the team is to have one event, it means more people are coming into one place and crowd control. So if the baseline or the starting point was the recommendation around the still having 5 events, we could go out for sponsorship to see if we can build it up. So if that helps, perhaps we can put in the 245, consult on that, and then seek more funding from sponsorship.
Sorry, do we have a obviously most of the cost is setting up the fireworks, but do we have a marginal cost of what the second show costs?
No, I don't, sorry, but I know that a lot of the cost is around the event itself.
Yeah.
Traffic management, bringing people in. I think the fireworks was around 140, somewhere in that region. But if you wanted to go ahead and people like the fireworks, if we got that direction, we could come back at a later date with options around how we can deliver it across the city for the budget.
Yeah.
So it's there, but you come back.
Yeah, I think we'll keep it as that now. Is that if everyone's happy with that, and then we consult and we obviously this could be a win if we can find cheaper alternatives or etc. to deliver that.
In terms of efficiency, fellow councillor Roseboom mentioned that he was comfortable with all the recommended options. I said, well, so am I. In terms of efficiency, are we all comfortable with that, the options recommended? Because it's just for consultation, isn't it?
Yeah, there's probably a couple. Yeah. So but if we are generally comfortable, we can just probably move through them.
Quite quickly.
Yeah. So issue 2, I think we'll sort of go through and then we'll take them as one. So issue 2 is has anyone got any reason not to scrap that one? Okay, so we'll just leave that as is. Issue 3, the City Centre Development Fund. This one, if we're on 68, and I guess the recommended is 3B, which is reducing the full budget by 50%. Now, I just had a question, but specifically, council will no longer be able to provide the city centre safety advisor work in making businesses feel safe and moving homeless people. Is that Paul Mason's role, and is it asking to disestablish that?
No, I think that with your support, we would all acknowledge the value that Paul's role has had, and that we would absolutely try to work out how to fund his role somewhere else. We just wouldn't be able to fund it through this fund, which is what we've used in the past.
Okay, that's pleasing to hear, because I think that was a concern of council, that we do see the value in that role, and we're worried about losing that. The the one I just had a question on is what's happening with that bike parking and what sort of cost that is per year out of this fund?
That has now, well, no, end of the month, we're shutting it down. So it was done as an 18-month trial.
Okay.
It was always just intended to have a short lifespan. There's permanent budget in the long-term plan somewhere along there to do a more permanent facility in the city centre. So we tested the model, and I'm pretty sure it's the end of March that it's closing down.
Okay, cool. Can you give us just a little bit more of, what else is, what we're losing in that?
Yep, sure. Just before we move on to that, just fireworks. Because I was in the events team back in the day when we moved from one large event at Mount Maunganui to a range of community events. It's about $10,000 per display. So 5 locations, 5 at 9:30 and 5 at midnight. It's about 100 grand. And then there's 30 to 40 grand's worth of associated costs like safety and barges. But the cool thing is in our GIS system, the team went through and they can choose the locations of the fireworks displays that enable the most people as possible to see them from their places at home. So that's how we actually located it. And then you can actually also put in the height that the fireworks explode, so you can see, again, how many people can actually see them from home. So we were very deliberate about the locations we chose to make sure the maximum number of people could see fireworks from their back deck. And then you might have noticed the height of the fireworks at 9:30 is quite a lot lower because it's targeted on those community events, whereas at midnight it's quite a lot higher, so people right across the city can see the fireworks. So quite a lot of science went into actually how we ended up landing where we did. So just in regards to the City Centre Development Incentive Fund, obviously this fund started off with a different purpose. It was mainly to enable student accommodation in the city centre. We funded 3 feasibility studies early on that provided some good information, but it didn't enable any actually developments to happen. So shortly after that, we repurposed the fund so it had a broader mandate. It essentially allows us to be responsive to a lot of the challenges that have been popping up in the city centre over the last couple of years in regards to supporting businesses, but in particular creating activations and injecting vibrancy into the city centre. So I know there's some things listed in there, like a great example was Children's Day yesterday, where that was funded out of the City Centre Development Incentive Fund as a way to showcase the projects that we've been delivering in the city centre and bring people in to have a look at them and tell the story about how the city centre is transforming. So any reduction in the fund overall would just essentially restrict our ability to do as much as we have been doing. It was always staff's intention come the long-term plan to suggest that we start reducing the fund on a sinking lid. So we were going to suggest 100K per year over 5 years because we worked out that when the bulk of projects started coming online, we wanted to start extracting council support because hopefully the city centre is rejuvenating to the point where it doesn't need our budget to actually drive that type of activity. So that was always going to be our proposal anyway, come LTP. This is just bringing it forward a couple of years and, looking to support yourselves in terms of finding savings for the organisation. Just noting that at the moment this is loan funded, so the actual savings to the ratepayer is, 5% of the amount you save.
Thank you. Councillor Crowther.
I'm struggling, excuse me, apart from the political reasons at the time, I'm struggling to see why this is loan funded. Like there are so many things across the city that you could build the same case for and say, we'll put this OPEX onto a CapEx program. But to me, and just the list of things that we know of, and I'm familiar with some of them, personally, and I'm not for or against those issues in this case, but I'm just saying, as a general principle, we want to balance the budget, but we particularly want to make sure that we don't put things in the nature of OPEX and the CapEx. And I really struggle with this, and I'd foreshadow an amendment to actually extract that out of capital funding into rates funding, whatever we decide in terms of the amount.
Through the chair, I think at the time it was first said, it simply wasn't known the type of expenditure coming out of it. So that's how it was done. As it's turned out, I agree, it's more of OPEX.
So Taylor.
I'm going to foreshadow a bit of a change to the quantum in this. I do agree it needs a bit of a look at. We're obviously trying to save some money. I think it would be a shame right at the moment if we do pull back on some of the stuff we're doing. We're just starting to see some real activation, some good feedback since the playground went in, for example. Some of the things we've run, the thing that happened yesterday, I've had some feedback from some of the hospo businesses down on the Strand. We're starting to actually make a difference in the central city. So I'd hate to see us whack it too hard too soon. And I'll foreshadow a motion to move it to a 25% reduction.
Councillor Baker.
I support your sentiment, Rod. I'm just thinking because we've heard, not even like, just hearing it just then, that we've got this pool of funding that's inevitably enabled events to TCC run events to occur. We've got other events that happen in our city by TCC that come from other pools of funding. Would it be better value for money to centralise a portion of all of that funding, so we're delivering events out of one place, and then the organisation needs to prioritise based on whatever metrics necessary, rather than trying to draw heaps of events from heaps of different pots? But as an organisation, vertically, laterally, we compromise on what events we deliver as a package rather than through siloed programs. That's just the rant thought.
I can respond to that quickly. It's absolutely not a bad thought. I guess over the last couple of years and for the next couple of years, the city centre has been a very specific focus of the organisation, and driving the revitalisation has required, different techniques. And we would classify the activity going on in the city centre as placemaking, not necessarily what you would traditionally call an event. So you placemake in a way that you foreshadow the future use of those spaces, rather than just hire a park and put on a band or that type of thing. So we could absolutely look to do that, but it was done for a very deliberate reason, just because the needs of the city centre over a relatively short period of time, i.e. Significant disruption and transformation, were quite different from the rest of the community.
The scholar.
I think I hear both sides, and I think even if we did have one pot of money that is for activations and events, at this time it might be that it's a decision that the CBD needs more of that because we're trying to activate what hasn't been there before. But I like the concept of not doing our thinking in silos, that we're not always, we actually all are saying, okay, what's happening in Welcome Bay versus the Mount versus CBD. So we've got a more, I think I would like to know what little bits of money are sitting everywhere in terms of that. So whether it's this year or going forward, I think it's a really sensible thing to be saying, let's look at it, the whole city. I strongly support the concept that we call this OPEX and it's rates funded. I don't like capitalised FTEs. I don't like, if it is, to me, if it's, sorry, and that's probably a bad example because that sort of is allowed, but for this, to me, is not capital and we should be treating it as OPEX.
Right, great. Adding costs back in.
Through the chair, we absolutely do operate not in silos. So the event delivery team, which works out of community services, actually delivered Children's Day yesterday. So we absolutely work across the organisation in terms of the activity that goes on in the city centre. And I had another point, but I've completely forgotten. So if I remember, I'll come back to you. Just remembered my other point. We've actually tried prioritising the city centre in the past for activity. So we had designated places in the city that were given priority in the event funding to try and attract additional activity, and it just didn't really work. So, for example, at Mount Maunganui, we know Coronation Park is so incredibly popular. So we picked another couple of locations in Mount Maunganui to try and drive event activity into those different locations. And at the end of the day, it didn't matter. It didn't work. And it was not as bad or not as noticeable in city centre, but essentially the same thing. It didn't matter even if we prioritised the importance of the city centre for event organisers, it didn't necessarily attract more interest in putting events on there. It's probably a little bit different these days with all of the investment in the city centre.
Right, so we've got Councillor Crowther has put an amendment or an additional part to that motion, making it rates funded rather than capital. Is there support for Councillor Taylor to have a 25% reduction? Okay, so we'll put 25%. So we'll just.
No, it's not an amendment.
What's that?
By,
Yeah, it'll be A and B, yeah.
yeah. You need a second after that?
So sorry, and then we just want that other part, Councillor Crothers. We can take that in parts.
Yeah.
We'll take that in parts then. So Councillor Taylor, you'll move that one? Yep. And we've got a seconder, Councillor Schooler. Does anyone wish to speak to that part of it? Yep, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I appreciate Councillor Taylor's sort of sentiment behind it. I guess for me, given that we're doing both things at once, if both parts of the amendment passed, I think that would be quite a additional rates burden, which may or may not be an issue in people's minds. But more importantly, when I look at the amount of capital expenditure, and I did the analysis before the election, and we're talking, best part of $1 billion going into the CBD. Meanwhile, there are areas like Welcome Bay and Papamoa East, and we heard something this morning from the public forum, where we have, I would say, life-threatening, life-changing issues that we are not addressing in some of these suburbs. And for me, although it would be fantastic to do this and to keep the full amount, and I see the passion that our general manager has, I see the passion that a lot of people at the council have for this, and I would share that kind of passion. I would love to see that. But I keep thinking council is all about trade-offs. And for me, it would be a big call to keep on top of that CapEx and all the flow on OpEx that comes from it. The tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars that flow from it each year into our rates, our ratepayers' rates, to actually put some activation spending or whatever, to me is a big call when we see we're not activating other suburbs. And when you look at where people spend, where they live and where the rates come from, I think there is higher need. So I'm not against it in an ideal world, but at the moment I think we have other priorities. I would see, I'm to be honest, I sort of see an argument to cut it completely, but I would see that a good compromise would be what the staff put forward, which would let us reassess afterwards.
Councillor Correct.
I agree, because there has been significant and there continues to be significant investment, CapEx investment in the new buildings, libraries, art galleries, etc. And which will provide a big benefit in terms of adding vibrancy to the CBD. Not what they claim, in my opinion, but it will add to it. And that will, apart from having, the impact on the debt, it has a big impact on the rates, because those buildings and the activities that go on in the buildings will be a huge hit to the ratepayer. And so this, whilst it is, beneficial, we've got to start cutting some costs, and this seems sensible, and that's why it's recommended by staff. So I would like to see more money going back into that budget.
Councillor Morris.
I'll just make an observation because I'm still listening to the debate and looking forward to the right reply, if there is one, and I do invite people to correct me if I'm wrong, but this is funded through, well, debt currently, but funded 50% commercial rate, 50% residential rate. Is that correct? Is my understanding correct there?
The rate, I think, would actually be going to the economic development rate. I just need to confirm that.
Or the question is it 100% commercial rate funded?
Still doesn't change my view because the commercial ratepayer is hard hit as well.
Double check, but I think it's a general rate.
So paragraph 38 on page 68 says to be 50% funded through the commercial rate and 50% funded through the general rate. Would that be correct? Councillor, correct?
Potentially, could it be funded via like Main Street as an organisation if they see real value in it?
Whilst the numbers being crunched, if I may continue speaking, Mayor, if that's all right. Thank you. Yeah, I would support Councillor Taylor's view as opposed to Councillor Crowther's view at this stage. If that was commercially funded via the commercial rate, and the reason for that is because commercial retail development in particular, which has been a conscious decision over decades, has affected the CBD directly. And so therefore, the commercial ratepayer and the outer commercial retail offerings should be the ones which are helping to revitalise rather than the general ratepayer, in my view. So therefore, I don't think we have an answer yet, but I can.
Steve, what you're saying while we're waiting is that you're happy for Papamoa or Tauranga or the Mount commercial retail operations to fund the civic centre around these activities?
Yes. Yeah, because I think that one has beget the other. I'm still sort of ad-libbing here, but I'm happy to move that this be funded by the commercial rate with a 25% reduction. And if there's a seconder, there's a seconder. If it fails, it fails.
Yeah, so
or am I amending the motion that's on the floor?
So we've got,
No
yeah,
motion.
we've got a mover and a seconder for the first one. So you could use Councillor Crowther's.
I could ask if they're happy to accept it. Is that
Yeah,
what
just,
you're saying?
well, you're just asking to put in the to be funded, rates funded by commercial. Is that, would you be comfortable with that, Councillor Crowther?
I would if I could speak to it.
Yeah, so this is the amendment underneath. So, because it is probably important that they go together where we know where it's going to get funded from, which then may go on to the first part of it. So, Councillor Crowther, are you prepared to move that amendment with that it's going to be funded by commercial, right?
Yep, so like I say, I'm not sure where we're at in the whole process, but.
Yeah,
as
so
long as we have
so you're prepared to move an amendment. Councillor Morris will second the amendment.
Yes. Okay, yes.
Yeah, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, I absolutely see the logic for adding the commercial aspect to it. I guess I would highlight that there are all sorts of people paying commercial rates across the city, and I would, for instance, love to see Brookfield be activated by a proportionate amount, which would be a pittance, but would make a big improvement, for instance, to the absolute mess that's there around the op shop that is on public land, that every week there's just a huge amount of effort has to go into clean up a mess there. Things like that. Some of the well-being issues, the police-related matters that aren't being dealt with there that are in the CBD. I think there's a lot of issues that we could look all around the city and see. So I'd just be cautious. I'm happy to do that. I can see that could be quite helpful to progressing this, but I think we need to be really cognizant when we look at this again the following year to actually really figure out what our commercial ratepayers want. And so as part of this consultation, I guess it'd be nice to highlight, are people keen to see this continue in that way?
This will go to consultation, and what about the commercial ratepayers in Papamoa? Are they going to be happy to contribute with us? Councillor Roseboom.
Yeah, no, we're kind of changed a little bit too far from where I'm comfortable. This was originally funded 50% residential, 50% commercial. By reducing it by 25%, we've actually increased the commercial portion by 25%. I'm not happy, comfortable with that. I'd prefer to go back to the 50% if we're going to stick to the commercial only portion.
We were doing two separate parts, I was told earlier. So I'm still assuming the 25% is a completely separate point, which we'll vote on separately.
Well, this is amendment, so this will go to the floor in a second around the amendment.
I'd like to not be putting the 25% in my amendment.
No, that's the substantive.
Which is what Councillor Rosenbaum just spoke to in regards to the amendment.
But if this will come back to the substantive if it's successful, the amendment, and then we can take that in parts if you'd prefer.
Didn't quite see how we got to the 25% in the substantive. Was that?
Yeah, that was the motion that was put up by Councillor Taylor. And Jen seconded that. There wasn't an amendment because that was what was moved. Yeah. Yeah. So is there any more discussion on the amendment? Therefore, I'll take the amendment and ask all those in favour. We're on the amendment, which is the City Centre Development Fund be rate funded. Yeah, that.
Well, can we take this in three parts then? Can we have an amendment which is that the City Centre Development Fund be rates funded, so full stop, then and I know this might cause the loss of votes on another part of it as people trade off, but it would be clearer to meet the concerns of Councillor Rosenbaum, who's wanting, I think, from what he said, to vote in favour of putting in an OPEX, to actually separate out the secondary issue which was raised, which was which ratepayers should be paying that, the commercial. So to actually, I mean, I'm happy to do whatever.
I'm comfortable if you and Councillor Morris are happy to put your amendment in parts.
Yeah, that's thank you.
Yeah. So rates funded, and then below the rates funded by commercial rates. So that will go below though, as below. So it'll be another.
Come back to it once you've done this amendment.
Can we not just take it in two parts?
Yeah, fully funded by.
Yeah. So it's just a second part to that is.
Oh, you've got to vote.
Okay, we'll bring in a second amendment. Okay.
Easier.
All right, so we'll take this amendment. This is the City Centre Development Fund to be rates funded from 1st of July with a consequent reduction in capital expenditure from FY25 onwards. So those in favour, aye. So council, everyone but Roseboom. Oh, you are, yeah, and those opposed? Okay, councillor Roseboom. So Roseboom's opposed. So sorry, we're going to take that now in part. So that one now is carried. So that becomes part of the substantive. And then, yeah, then councillor Morris, you want to move a further amendment that it's funded? No. Okay, so now we go back to so now we'll go back to the substantive. So therefore, I'll take the City Centre Development Fund. Actually, we probably need to take out 3B because it's not 3B now. Yeah, reduce the. So I'll put this to the floor. Obviously, the alternative to the 25%, if it wasn't successful, would be 50%, as per 3B. Yeah, well, yes, councillor. Is anyone else? Because you can finish. Anyone else want to speak to this before we put it to the floor, councillor Taylor?
I just want to remind everybody that some of the stuff that's happening in this fund actually reaches far beyond the CBD. Paul does quite a bit of work in the rest of the community when he's working with the homeless people, for example. So there's a benefit to the wider community there. I also look at the strategy that is currently in place and has been in place for a while around repopulating some of the retailers in town. And I think if we cut these things too far, work that's been happening probably for 3 or 4 years could get scuttled at the last minute. So I really think we should see some sense here. 25%, it's 4 times the 7% we've asked from the rest of the organisation. So I think they've already made a significant commitment on this.
Right, we'll now put the motion to the floor. The substantive, which is a 25% cut. But sorry, just to throw a spanner in the works, Because sorry, can we just have clarification from staff? It was 50% funded through the commercial rate and 50% through the general rate. Was that when it was CapEx?
Correct. So just for clarity, that's exactly right. It was 50-50. Then when it moved into debt funded OPEX, and we do need to correct that in there. It's not capital expenditure. It's actually debt funded OPEX. And at that point, it was through the general rate for that smaller amount. So what this will do will actually put it back into, like, the rate number will go up. And so potentially we should go back to the 50-50. Okay, so Councillor Taylor.
Funded.
So Councillor Taylor and Councillor
Chair's suggestion would be just to take out the words debt funded and just say expenditure.
So Councillor Taylor, Councillor Schooler, if we're going back to the back to OPEX, are you comfortable going back to the 50% funded through commercial rate, 50% funded through the general rate? Yeah. Yeah, we're back to where we were. Yeah, citizens.
So did you want to clarify the rates funded 50% commercial, 50%?
To be rates funded.
Paul, can I just ask through the chair, can I ask Paul, right, I guess that given that we passed an amendment which has certain, the reason I use capital expenditure was because in the CapEx program it's listed as a capital expenditure item. So what I'm trying to do is, and what I've been provided, so what I'm trying to do is, so the average punter out there knows why we're doing this. So we're trying to say we want it taken from literally in the capital program that I was given into the rates funded. So to actually say with a consequent reduction in expenditure, that's the secondary issue. But I think if we change that,
so in capital,
we conflate the issues. It should
can be in capital
or debt funded. What I'm happy to.
No, that's right. A consequent reduction in capital expenditure.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally in there.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's listed in the capital program because it's debt funded, but that's
happy to use debt, right?
Debt funded then. Yep.
Whatever the mover of this motion is happy to accept out of those two. But.
Yep. And just the financial year needs to be 26.
Yeah. And so we were rates funded 50, and then in brackets 50% commercial, 50% general. In debt funded, was it? Debt funded expenditure of a capital nature. Just
Put in brackets at 50% commercial.
Just, yeah. All right. I think we're there now. So I now put that full substantive to the council. All those in favour? Aye. Those opposed?
So, sorry, can I? So it's Jen.
No.
Jen, Taylor, Baker, Rosenboom, Yes,
So you got Kurik, Morris against.
correct.
All right, we
That's been lost.
we got there. No, that's carried.
Oh, carried, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's carried, thank you. So now we move on to issue 4, curbside rubbish and recycling rates. Again, have we got any strong views on this, or are we happy to take the recommendations? Are we happy to accept on his, Councillor Crowther?
Yeah, for me, I think we need to, because we have in amongst this an optional service, what I understand this to be saying is that the opt-in service is more than paying for itself. And so we're accumulating a surplus on that. Therefore, we can cross-subsidise to the waste services, the other waste collection services from the opt-in service. And yes, there's a market aspect to this, but given the lay of the land here, like for me, I would much prefer to see us separate that out as a, as a bit of a separate sort of sub-cost centre or whatever you want to call it, and just say that that is a surplus for the green waste area or whatever, however you want to label it, and potentially we could utilise some of that for improving green waste collections at transfer stations. But somewhere along the way, I don't think we should be using people who voluntarily opt into this service, basically taking more from them than that we should be, and then using that to subsidise people who are throwing out landfill waste. It doesn't sit well on environmental grounds, it doesn't sit well on equity grounds, and it doesn't sit well in terms of just the way we handle these finances. So I would, again, signal an amendment there where I would prefer to see it that we don't cross-subsidise and we do whatever adjustments are needed. Now, I don't think we've got visibility of what that is, but I think it's important not to conflate those areas.
Maybe Dan?
The surplus is from the curbside, not the green waste.
My reading of it was it's the green waste component of the green bins.
That is one component of it, and there, yeah, that's right. But that's a small component of the. But the modelling was such that we didn't quite anticipate the uptake of green waste, so that is what we were explaining in the paper. So there is a surplus from the green waste, but it's not only that; it's a contributor to it.
Yeah, I guess I'm wanting what I think, if I'm reading this right, is this seems to be a significant contributor to it to be separated out, because we will still be cross-subsidising. I think as a matter of principle, we shouldn't be imposing charges on people who are doing the right thing, recycling, using the green waste systems available, so that people who are disposing of landfill waste will effectively get a cheaper ride. I think we need to get people paying the full cost, because it is actually, in a global context, it's a very low price New Zealanders pay anyway. And when you look at the externalities, they're huge there.
I think they are paying the full cost. When we were out, that was very much because we were making a surplus in the rubbish and recycling. And that was, my understanding was, it was when they modelled the mix, and the mix was slightly different to what they modelled, which therefore has created surplus, because it's been creating surplus every year before they even brought in, there's a $4 million surplus before they even brought in the green collection. So I don't think it's simply the green collection which is making a surplus. Is that
is correct? Yeah, that's what I was trying to.
The green bin started from year one, didn't they? I don't understand. I mean, I paid for it.
Yeah.
You do a real green bin?
Yeah, but
no, the big green bins.
But people took it up over a period of time, and I guess that's stabilised now. But we didn't have. It was a lot smaller right at the start than what it is now. It is to One point here, I think, to consider as well is that it's actually very hard to get this exact, to balance it perfectly, because we're looking at 67,000 properties, or 65 thereabouts. I can't remember the exact number that we're picking up every week. So if you divided the number of the surplus by those properties, I think we're talking about $10 or thereabout per property per year. So to make those adjustments, to make it a perfect contribution from each service is actually very, very difficult to do. So what we are suggesting here for practical purposes is that we, in order not to overcharge, we just keep it at the last year's rate. And we do know that we have got big investments coming in this space. So a little bit of a surplus isn't necessarily a bad thing. We will need to spend it, and the cost of the service is going up by an inflationary number in the contract each year. So as a compromise, we think this is a good deal to the community. It still leaves us with a little bit of a surplus that we will spend anyway, and it's curbside, the standard service, and the opt-in that contributes to that.
Right, I'll move the one that is on the table. And some of these we haven't taken, but this one seems to be, it might be a controversial one. So I'll move what's there. Have I got a seconder on that, Councillor Taylor? All vote. Is there any further discussion? Otherwise, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Councillor Crowther. That is carried. Thank you.
On the food scraps, is that still viable as an operation? Because I understand only 25% of people put those bins out. And when I drove in today, because Monday's our day, I thought it was even lower than 25%. Where are we at with that, Nick?
We did discuss that last week, I think it was, or 2 weeks ago, something like that. It does cost us, but we decided to wrap it into the decision making around the what's the future overall in terms of JV conversations, etc. So that it'll be part of the business case as to what we do with it. The cost of adjusting anything now would actually would outweigh the benefits of actually not having that service in the future. So that's why we put it on hold for now.
But a message to our people: start using it, and you'll save more. So we need to use our food scrap bin. Issue 5: removal of public place recycling stations. Obviously, there's a couple of options there. Are we happy to accept the recommendation, or do we want to discuss change that at all?
I'll go anyway. I think it would be bad practice to remove these. I think they're an educational thing, and even if the stuff does end up through contamination going straight into the landfill, it provides a valuable education system for the community as far as recycling is the right thing to do, and I think keeping that in our budget is the right thing to do.
Councillor, correct.
So what is the current practice? Are the collectors just treating them all basically as landfill? So they rolling up? No? Do they actually have a look inside and then make a decision on whether to treat it as?
I'm of the impression that we just treat them as go straight to landfill because of the contamination rates we have at the moment.
So,
is that right, Dan?
Just on that, we have a separate collection service for the recycling in the glass bin. So there's a separate truck that goes out with different containers in that truck, and so it all goes in there and it's visually inspected, at which point then it gets diverted to landfill. But the main point about this option is that then it costs more than if it was treated as rubbish straight out. And so that was part of the reason it was put forward as an option. About 85% of all collected is contaminated.
Councillor Crowther.
Do we know the volume of glass from the public bins over the course of a year?
I'm sure it's something we can get for you. Yeah.
I mean, if it's not about, I mean, my instinct is that we'd be kind of like, I agree with Councillor Taylor. Like, there's a problem with taking such a big step backward. If we're actually getting significant volumes of glass, my understanding from the team is that there's no cost savings because the same bins pick up the glass and the mixed recycling. So if we ditch the mixed recycling, which I agree with people, it's not working. Be happy to do that, but if we don't make any savings, there's no point. So it comes down to the glass, and for me, trying to figure out how big a benefit we get is quite crucial, because it is a good practice, it is a good habit for people. If it's a small amount of volume, I'd say scrap it. If it's a large amount, I'd say keep it. But to what extent? And to me, what I would prefer to do is next week at our decision-making meeting to actually get that detail, and with a view to cutting this somewhere between the 92,000 and the 345 or whatever, 344, meaning that out of those 55 locations with glass bins, I think we'd find, based on my very small sample, that some are very well utilised and we should keep them. Maybe the Mount Beach, you know, those kind of places where people go and have a drink. I hear maybe in parks and reserves, but in the CBD, other places, do we really need glass recycling there? Cost benefit, to me, we've got to find a nice sweet spot here, and we probably need a little bit of info from the team.
All right.
We can provide that. No?
Yeah, I think we'll just, shall we, well.
Can I just ask then, is that glass altogether, or is it, do we look at the various locations as well and sieve out the ones where we aren't getting much volume and select a few where we are getting big volumes of glass?
For me, it'd be helpful to know the two, like the total number. So if the whole thing adds up to, you know, a pittance in the scheme of things, it's probably not worth the, whatever it is, $250,000. But on the other hand, if it's significant, but, you know, 80% comes from 20 places, then, you know, so anything you can, I don't want to put a whole lot of extra work, but whatever you probably know what I'm after and can tease it out.
Yeah, so we'll leave that one to lie for now as we get more detail. 6 charity waivers. So this is the status quo, retained 50,000 budget for the charity waivers waste disposal. Is anyone opposed to that one or have any discussion?
Discussion, not opposal.
Why do we generally support it? If we generally support it, we'll just. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Who are the 15 charities benefiting from that at the moment?
So they are all the charities that have applied for it. So it's not like we have made a selection. There are a couple of charities who haven't, who obviously don't see a need for it, and manage it themselves. So we have approved, or we are paying for those charities that are looking for it. So yeah.
Yep, Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, and just a point of clarification, is the $59,000 the actual cost to dump it in the landfill, or is it the opportunity fee of the fees that we may be missing out on?
It is the actual cost, so it's recorded by Waste, and then they send us the bill, so it's an actual cost.
All right, so generally supportive. Yeah. Okay. Issue 7, proactive management of illegal dumping. Yeah, councillor Taylor.
Sorry, this might be a stupid idea, but is there potential for city ops to maybe make this part of their daily? Where they're out and about, they see some rubbish, they throw it on their truck and like, how many, got a couple of hundred people out there now?
And respond to that. They do, depending on the size of it. And I think that what Dan's talking, or what Nick's talking here is the larger collections, the de facto
Mattresses,
landfills.
beds, TVs, you name it.
Yeah, yeah, I guess the only, yeah, I probably don't have an issue with reducing that slightly as to, I don't think we need to pick it up immediately, but I don't know, like.
It grows.
Okay, so generally supported, so we'll just. Yep. Now, 8, the nature and biodiversity expenditure. Have we got any opposition, or councillor Taylor? Well, yeah, so we're talking about going from 800 down to 610,000.
People say, when you ask people why they live in the city, what's their first answer? What's the biggest return we get? It's about the environment, and anything we're doing that would reduce our concentration on that, to me, is again going against our strategy and probably our values.
We have a comment, Barbara. I think the sort of report says that we're, obviously we are reducing what we can do, but most of it is effectively just, we'll still do it. It's just at a slower pace. Is that?
That's correct. So this budget started off at $1 million, and initially when we were asked, we took the 200,000 out, and so the suggestion is another 200,000. So this budget, for clarity, provides trees. That buys the trees and has them planted. So we're looking to go from a 22 to 30% canopy cover in the city, which is a sort of baseline. It provides education, the planting, community initiatives, looking after the volunteers, coastal planting, salt marsh planting, etc. So while the words sort of focus a little bit on the community focused programs, if we are going to consult on, I'd like to change the wording a little bit. It would be a combination of all those, and we'd balance the amount of money to how many community programs we have versus what we'd like to buy. So, I mean, obviously the team would just love to keep the budget, but the reality is sometimes we have to cut. So, up to you.
Just clarity, so it's reducing to 60% of original.
So, Crowther?
Yeah, thanks, Barbara. That was kind of partly answered my question, but do you have sort of like a rough ballpark of how much goes to the community organisations to do their thing, and how much goes into, council tree planting, etc.?
Not exact percentage, councillor,
No,
but I know that one of the staff members whose salary is not within this $1 million does spend a lot of time on the volunteer the coordination. So I would hazard a guess that the majority of it is in actual plants and trees. I'd have to come back with you with the exact split.
Gives us a feel. Thank you very much. It's busy. Follow up. Is there scope for partnership through some of the schemes where we get co-funding, or do we already do that?
We do that. We've got, the community groups that help out. We've got volunteer groups that help out.
So I was meaning
and when
through
we go,
some of the sponsors. Yeah.
we take advantage of when we're aware of them. Yes.
Right. So, do we want to take that one in parts? How we, well, I mean, sorry, so a lot of these we've just agreed on, and we'll take them at the end. So do we want to take this one separately? Okay, so have we got a mover and a seconder for the reduction as per the recommendation? Okay. Option 8A, so that's retain. Okay, so it's Councillor Taylor, Councillor Morris. All those in favour? So this is retaining the full budget. Well, sorry, yeah, retaining the current, the current budget. So at 800,000, all those in favour? Those opposed? Okay, that is carried. Yeah, that's retained. So, and finally, our last issue is the urban development planning budget for Potorifi, and that's removing the 300,000 budget. I just have a question. Is this only if we were to build houses on Potorifi?
Carried on with work that would be useful, whether we do active reserves or housing. So that works has been working forward. This was for, if you go down a housing track, costs associated with that. If you decide to go to active reserves, there's not enough in future years' budgets, but there'd be enough in the 24, 25, 26 annual plan, looking at Barbara, to cover active reserves only for that year. And then you'd have to put further investment in subsequent years.
I guess one of our issues is housing, and you know, this would obviously affect that. But on the flip side, I think we need to make a decision as to what we see that land before we actually spend any money. Otherwise, we're sort of putting good after bad. So I think, I think we can go on that as is, but we do have to come to a decision at some point as to where we go, and then may need to take that back in. All right, so that gets us through our list. So what we haven't yet voted on. So we've got 1, 2. I believe 3 and 4 we've already dealt with. We have deleted 5, leaving to lie. We need to take issue 6 and 7 and 9. So that is what we are now looking at. Councillor Schooler. And then we also have C. Okay, we'll do these ones first. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Schooler is seconded that. That was Schooler and Schooler.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you. Now we just need to deal with C. Which issues do all of the ones that we've go in here, or
everything goes into the annual plan? You consult on the whole annual plan. I don't know, having 700 lines of OPEX and 400 lines of CAPEX or whatever it is. Everything's up for grabs. You make no final decisions on anything until we get to deliberations in May. However, for the consultation document, we don't list out all of those things because that's just nuts. The consultation document will identify some things that you want to hear back from the community on to enable better decision making. The purpose of resolution C was to say, of those 9 things, down to 8 now, because we've got no decision on one of them, is there anything in there that you want to highlight in the consultation document? And if there's nothing, then you don't need to pass resolution C. If there is something, you need to tell us which ones they are.
Can I suggest we could have a general, I think things that are 50,000 I wouldn't put in there, but a general thing on waste disposal, because that waste disposal or recycling, because sort of I think illegal dumping can go in there, and then there's 2 above. So I think we can talk about recycling and user fees.
Chair, we would just then seek direction. What's the question you're actually asking? Yeah, we've got to translate this into some words. We've got a slot with you guys on the 18th for a draft CD. At the moment, we're struggling to write the question sometimes. So it would be useful to help to flesh that out for us.
Value of recycling in the community. I think the New Year's events, I think that would be a good one to consult on.
As an interim thing for the recycling, do you want to just say what you just told me about? We've got some interim information about the public glass recycling from public bins.
Oh, yeah, I just got some numbers from. We've had 6.5 tonnes in September. I do suspect though that 80% of that is in 20% of the bins, and we do know that we collect more at the Mount, for instance, than we do anywhere else. So it's sort of it's really difficult to make an analytical decision around what we do and don't do around this. And but of course we can go into that detail if you want to consider it further next week. But it's probably not that straightforward. But the weight is of course significant.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking if we're not going to get the detailed information, the other way to do it is to set a budget, which we know would allow for some glass recycling, and then just let the team like meet the budget and do whatever, so I'm not attached to either process, but I'm aware we don't want to leave the staff with a really complex matrix they can't deliver on. And also that I'm not quite sure what question, to Jeremy's point, that we could ask, because unless we can give the public that information, I don't know how useful it would be to go out and say, how many bins should we collect from, or anything along those lines.
Well, I think it's like the questions are around the value of recycling. Do you value recycling in the community? Like, we can save this much money if we don't recycle. Do you want us to keep a recycling service?
Through the chair, I guess there's a huge piece of work undertaken by this council for years on that, and I don't see any evidence based on the various surveys I've seen since that people would have changed substantially. So I just don't quite understand. And if we're talking in general terms like that, are we talking about potentially at the end of the contract period scrapping the curbside collections, or are you talking about public?
No, we're talking about the public bins.
But I think we've already decided. I'm happy. Obviously, that can be something the public can submit on. But in terms of a key question, I think if you went out and said we hardly get in, we get a relatively small amount of recycling from public recycling, but mixed recycling bins, and we don't save any money from scrapping it. I think it would have to be very focused on the glass, because otherwise
I don't understand that we don't save any money. Like, that must be the first year because of the relabeling. But if we didn't relabel the bins and we just started collecting them,
Yeah, well, that's right. There is that upfront cost. The difference isn't that great because there's 2 trucks that do this. There's one rubbish truck and then there's one recycling truck, which does both the recycling of plastic, cardboard, that sort of thing, and glass.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why the numbers on the table are identical, because you've got to do the trip anyway.
Yeah, I think
We'll come back on the 11th of March.
Yeah, but we are anyway.
Yeah, I think we'll come back with more information and get better So do we, at this stage, are we going to put in the New Year's? We agreed that we should, Councillor Morris?
I just worry about consultation fatigue, given that we've got a separate process going for Three Waters, big decision. By-election, yep. Yeah, I don't know whether the New Year's Eve stuff is such a magnitude to consult on. But I'm open to it. I'm always open. I mean, you can never get too much consultation for me, but I don't know.
Yep, Kaylee, have you got
Yeah, kia ora koutou. Look, one of the things we've been considering is that you could have a more of an open-ended kind of approach where you say, you know, we're looking to make budget savings to XX figure and list out all of these things, but just in less detail, and then have more of an open-ended, you know, do you agree with these? Any thoughts? Have you got any additional suggestions? So it would be, I guess, less specific on each one of those, but you could kind of encapsulate them. It's a little bit of a different approach. I'm kind of looking at CJ for guidance here.
The only thing I'm thinking is quite often you'll get the make savings within the organisation. So I think you'd have to frame it around the work that's already been done in terms of the 25 odd plus million that's already been addressed in the organisation, and then there might be some other opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be making it clear that there's a lot of other kind of back end costs that we're looking to take out, but this is an example of some of the other projects that we have identified. There could be savings, and ask, for people's thoughts, but kind of have them all grouped rather than pluck them out individually.
More about sending a message rather than seeking consultation, seeking response.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it does have the downside that it's going to be harder to analyse. You're going to get less specific feedback, but because these are smaller issues, it might make more sense where you're not going to be looking like you're making a huge deal out of fireworks and nothing else.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe we'll just take out C. And we'll put D to the floor. So that's basically just that staff establish a program of work to identify further savings. I'll move that one. Got a seconder, Councillor Baker. Thank you. Any discussion? I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That is carried.
Hey, can I just, before we finish, issue 9, Porteri fee, what was our direction around that? Is it just going to lay on the table until we know what?
No, that we removed the is it 300,000?
Oh, we have.
Yeah, we have.
I missed that.
So we decided that we will look at that once, like if we make a decision that we want to progressive houses, then we'll deal with that at that point. But there's no point in putting money into something we may not do. All right, that thank you very much. Ends the meeting. Oh,
It was effectively covered in Resolution D, which would be part of those further savings in 2026, 27 and future years. So that could be part of that program, would be something that you could do for 1 July 2025. So, well, you could start it pretty quickly, but it's not something you'd have to work through with them. So it would be part of that program, and then you could make a call about how quickly you want to start engaging with Western Bay Council on that.
right. We have now concluded all our items. Thank you very much. Councillor Schuler, are you up for a closing karakia?
Yes, I am. Well done, everybody. A lot of good discussion. I'll close with a karakia whakamutunga. Ka whakai Irihia te tapu kia wātea ai te ara. Kia tūruki whakataha ai. Kia tūruki whakataha ai. Haumi e hui e.
Ai, kia. Kia ora everyone, that ends the meeting. I declare the meeting closed at 5:37. Thank you very much for your time.
Well done.
Got into